Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Eden. The insistent vibration of my phone shocks me from my thoughts, and I jerk my chin away from my cupped hand. It takes me a moment to realize where I am. I've been lost in thought for far too long, staring at the blinking cursor of my computer for the past hour or so. I turn over my phone to check the time, halting the alarm mid-buzz. Time is slipping away from me. I must hurry. I only have a few more minutes to catch the bus, or I'll be walking home. I stretch my arms above my head, rubbing my hand across my forehead. I shut down my computer with a heavy sigh, dreading the cramped bus commute. The rain isn't going to make this any easier, I mutter. As I look outside at the steady downpour, I need to leave quickly to beat the number of people vying for a ride. Gathering my things, I can't help but think how impossible it's been to make ends meet lately. Living in the city is expensive. My rent is increasing again, and my other bills keep mounting, yet my income can't keep pace. As I turn to leave, I glimpse all the upcoming deadlines written in red on my calendar. I'm under constant pressure, and I frequently doubt my ability to deliver. But hey, what else can you expect in the life of a journalist? The crushing weight of my self-disappointment threatens to overwhelm me. My career just hasn't taken off the way I'd hoped. All the articles I've written don't seem to resonate with our readers. I need to pitch a story that will knock my boss out of his socks. Otherwise, I might as well polish my resume and look for another career. My gloomy thoughts are interrupted by a call from an unknown number. "Hello, Eden Rivers speaking," I say, attempting to sound cheery. "Miss Rivers, it's Officer Martinez from the Elm Ridge Police Department," a gentle voice says. My chest tightens as an uneasy feeling rises sharply within me. "I regret to inform you that your Aunt Clara has passed away. We found your name listed as her next of kin." Everything goes silent as his words penetrate my shocked brain. Aunt Clara gone? But I just spoke to her yesterday. I halt in my tracks and almost sink to the floor, barely registering the chatter of my coworkers. Grief crashes over me as I process the news. Aunt Clara has been like a mother to me. Even though she didn't have kids of her own, she generously took me in after my parents died. She bandaged my scrapes, nursed my broken spirits, and raised me with wholehearted love and support. Officer Martinez continues slowly. "I'm sorry to be the bearer of such news, but you need to come home and take care of her estate. She didn't have much, but in her will, she left everything to you." His kindness soothes my anguish slightly. Clara brought joy to this whole town. Everyone will miss her. When he hesitantly mentions funds being raised by the community for her funeral service, I can't help but feel touched by their care for the woman who had been my whole world. I continue to answer the officer's questions numbly, still in shock. Though haunted by worries over work and money, I know I must get to Elm Ridge and honor the woman who gave me everything. I thank him and end the call, my eyes flitting around the room with tears, wondering what to do next. Aunt Clara was everything to me, but who knows if my boss will see it that way. Taking a deep breath, I steal a second to tug at my blazer and tuck my curly brown hair behind my ear. Then I pivot and enter my editor's glass office, dreading the conversation ahead. Time off? John sighs when I share the information I just received. You know the news doesn't stop. Deadlines don't wait, and I need all hands on deck. I can't just allow you to leave for days on end. Panic rises in my chest. I knew he wouldn't be happy, but I didn't expect him to flat out deny my request. How can I not be there for my aunt's funeral? Please, it's a family emergency. I'll work remotely and submit my articles on time. I promise. I just need a few days. I practically beg. He pinches the bridge of his nose, considering. An idea sparks in my brain. I have a week of vacation saved. Let me use it now instead. Reluctantly, John agrees, but warns me that this is my last chance. You better follow through on your promises, or else there are plenty more who want an opportunity here. I nod in acknowledgement. Though unsaid, I know failure to deliver means saying goodbye to my job at the paper. Leaving him barking orders on the phone to another reporter, I rush out of the building and through the rain-slicked sidewalk to catch the next bus home. Rounding the corner, a pedestrian barrels toward me, nose buried in his phone. Luckily, I pull myself out of harm's way, avoiding a collision as he swerves past. Watch where you're going, I yell after him. He barely spares me a glance. The near crash has shaken me from my dazed state. But in the scuffle, papers fly wildly from my bag until they're soaked and strewn in puddles. I scramble to collect my wet, ruined notes. Hopping onto the packed bus, I hurriedly look for a vacant space. Unfortunately, my knee connects hard with the chair corner as the bus lurches away from the curb. A hiss escapes my lips at the blossoming pain. On the way home, I watch raindrops race down the foggy windows as my thoughts drift back to sunnier days in Elm Ridge when worries seemed small under the town's wide-open skies. Even this dingy bus holds nostalgia, reminding me of high school rides spent chatting with friends. Now it's just me, aching and exhausted, left to ponder what awaits me back in the town where I grew up. Naturally, my ex pops into my head. At a time like this, of course he does. An image of Rhen comes unbidden into my mind, but I forcefully push it away. It does no good to entertain thoughts of what could have been. There are more pressing matters to think about. The next morning, I set about finalizing travel plans in a fog of exhaustion. I had spent the night tossing and turning, wondering what awaited my future. I miss Aunt Clara so much and hate that I wasn't there for her in her final hours. Coupled with the agonizing thought of seeing Rhen again, my mind was a mess all night long. Scrolling through flights, a thought emerges. Aunt Clara's cozy cottage is now mine, but what should I do with it? Living in Elm Ridge is out of the question. There were too many memories there, and I know I've sacrificed far too much to give up and go home now. I could sell it, but then I don't really know what state it's in. I don't even know how much it's worth. I've visited a few times over the years, but I never stayed long enough to discern the need for repairs. Guilt grips me at the reminder of just how little time I've spent with her since I moved away. I may have escaped my demons, but in my deliberate effort to establish myself and make it in the big city, I've also deprived myself of time with my aunt. I can't bear the thought of offloading her beloved home, yet all my financial burdens are pulling me under. As much as I wish to honor Aunt Clara and her legacy to me, my career is hanging by a thread, and eviction is a very real possibility. This could be a potential solution to all my problems, and I'm determined to consider its possibilities, despite all the unknowns. Saying goodbye to my aunt requires facing the ghosts of youthful passions and broken hearts. I traded sanctuary for busy city streets. I can only begin to fathom what awaits me when I return. Elm Ridge may be just what I need to gain some clarity, or it may bring about more questions. I guess I'll just have to see how things are once I get to town. I release a heavy sigh as I finalize my travel plans. To be honest, I want to take leave from my job and really figure out what I want to do with my life. But realistically, I don't have that luxury. No point in worrying myself sick, I think, as I confirm my flight. I'll just have to brace myself for whatever Elm Ridge may throw at me. All I can do is have faith that the sun will shine through eventually. No sooner do I open my suitcase than my phone pings with a text from an unknown number. Just heard the news about your Aunt Clara. I hope you can make the funeral. Looking forward to chatting more. Mayor Anthony Caldwell. Something about the mayor's boldness rubs me the wrong way. My aunt just died the day before, and he didn't wait long to pounce. What could he possibly want to talk to me about? Before I can ponder further, another text interrupts. It's John, demanding this week's submissions. With a sigh, I push thoughts of the perplexing mayor from my mind and get to work, raw nerves now exposed. As approaching deadlines and obligations swirl in my head, one question lingers. What awaits me in the familiar streets and storefronts of the small town I once called home?
Chapter 2. Rhen. Crouching against the wall that separates the living and dining rooms, I used my leveler to check for evenness. When we first got this project, one side of the concrete floor was significantly pitched higher than the other. Perfect, I murmur. It's perfectly even now. The gray mass before me looks smooth as I pass my sturdy hand across it, observing my handiwork. Where others see utility, I see craftsmanship in a floor that will hold with the test of time. Did you doubt it for a minute? Tom, my project foreman, jokes with a smile pulling through his rough-hewn face. We both examine the big cuts of plywood that will now form the new floor. It took the better part of yesterday for our master carpenter and his apprentices to saw up all the wood and put them together, but it was worth it. The homeowners will be pleased, I tell him, pulling my hard hat off and sliding my hand through my dark hair. Bruno and his team will be here this afternoon to install the new hardwood floor. We'll make sure to put the shoe molding and baseboards as well, Tom continues, making a mark on his clipboard. Have the clients picked out the molding they like? I ask. Tom grimaces. What is it? They picked the most elaborate crown molding you can imagine, Tom tells me, resting his wrist on top of the clipboard, bracing it against his hip. He looks like he's stifling a laugh. I groan. Our clients are a newlywed couple who are excited to purchase their own home. They bought this fixer-upper and are doing the right thing by renovating the existing structure rather than modernizing it completely. But there have been more than a few times where we've had to steer them away from their less-than-stellar design choices. I hope you used your powers of persuasion to change their minds. That I did, boss, he confirms, pointing his pencil at me. Thank God for you, I say. What about the hardwood? They picked the stain? As we continue our conversation, Kona, my 3-year-old Australian shepherd, comes bounding into the room with a woof. She weaves through both of us as we rub her head. Good girl, I murmur. Kona is a regular at all my construction sites. Her colorful coat is now dusty, but her distinctive merle color paints a swirl of ginger, charcoal, and snowy white as she rushes from one side of the site to another. Her striking blue eyes take in every detail with keen intelligence. I swear she's almost human with the way she seems to supervise my team. Her nimble stature allows her to slip between the workers' boots as she makes her rounds. Always on the move, Kona brightens the day for everyone who works at Reynolds Construction. I wrap up tasks at the worksite, thanking Tom and the crew for the day's progress. Kona trots beside me to the truck, her excited body practically shaking and brushing against my jeans as she bounces about. The ride back to town passes in a blur. Pulling into the parking lot, I give Kona an affectionate pat before we both head inside. Lily, my younger sister who works for me as a part-time receptionist, greets me with a sad smile. Her blonde ponytail looks unusually messy as she wipes at her eyes with a small tissue. What's wrong? Aunt Clara passed. I'm so sorry, Rhen. Her eyes shine with tears as she delivers the news. I take a deep breath in. The news has likely already spread through town. Eden, I think. My heart aches for her as I mull the bittersweet memories dredged up by news of Aunt Clara's passing. Throughout my and Eden's relationship, we could always count on Aunt Clara to provide a listening ear and to dole out sage advice. She never took sides, which I always appreciated. Even after Eden left for the city, I made it a point to drop by and check in on her. She was like a second mother to me and had always been a source of comfort. "Any messages?" I ask gently, knowing she'll sense my somber mood, but will know better than to pry. She nods, instinctively understanding the reason why. I'd taken our own dad's passing the same way. Dad's death had blindsided all of us. He had been physically active and larger than life, always full of laughter and an assuring presence around the job sites. But suddenly, he was gone without warning, leaving a gaping hole in our lives and the business. I'll never forget the blinding whiteness of the hospital room and the moments I'd spent staring hollow-eyed at the beeping monitors. I remember the finality of that flatline. Lily sat stunned and motionless beside me, squeezing my hand like a lifeline as nurses offered useless condolences. The chorus of "I'm so sorry for your loss" blurred into white noise. In the chaos after, I did my best to step up, filling out forms, making arrangements, and comforting Lily through her tears. But underneath, a cold mantle had sunk onto my shoulders that I wasn't ready for. The first few months passed in a blur of worry. Bills stacked up as clients jumped ship. Reynolds Construction, Dad's pride and joy, was left rudderless overnight. What did I, a green 21-year-old, know about keeping a company afloat? I fought to keep the crew's morale from sinking and spent many late nights poring over contracts. Then one day, one of our regular customers pulled me aside. "Your dad would be so proud of how hard you're trying," they said. "We're here if you need anything. Advice, supplies, backing. You're not alone." Their kindness cracked my weariness, and with it came a sense of relief. We would be okay. Slowly, the town's care and compassion pieced me back together. Family, friends, and our remaining clients all lent support, ensuring Reynolds Construction was able to withstand that turbulent period. Dad's legacy endured through our community's care, proof that even in darkness, light finds a way if you keep standing. "There is one message," Lily says, interrupting my thoughts and handing me a pink slip of paper. I skim the note, another request for a bid. Business hums on as always, a steadfast comfort amidst the chaos of the news. Lily watches me, words hovering on her lips. "Say what's on your mind, sis." Her brows are knit together with concern. We both understand what's troubling me. Breaking up with Eden all those years ago broke my heart, but I knew we both needed space to chase our dreams. Still, I want to avoid her return now, and the same as I've done for every one of her previous visits. It feels safer than facing old feelings. "We both know Eden is coming back," Lily says finally. "I want you to be prepared." "Prepared for what? I have no plans of seeing her, aside from the funeral," I say matter-of-factly, as if I hadn't been wondering if she'd come back. Lily frowns. Avoiding the past won't make it disappear. I make a little sound to acknowledge she's right. Only time can truly heal wounds. Maybe closure from what happened between us is what I need. I could offer myself the solace of moving forward after all this time. I shake my head, uncertain if I'm ready to open that door again or not. A knock sounds, diverting our thoughts. The mailman pokes his head in, a handful of envelopes clutched in his hand. Seeing our somber mood, he apologizes. "I don't mean to intrude." Lily smiles at him with assurance before taking the lot from him. While they exchange a few words, I fill Kona's water bowl almost to the brim. I carefully take out a treat and toss it to her waiting mouth. Kona trots to my side, her soft coat brushing my crouched legs. Bright eyes peer up at me as if sensing my inner troubles. She nudges my hand with her nose, pleading for affection. Her antics ease my worries, at least for a moment. I scratch under her chin, the gesture drawing a lolling tongue in response. "Clever girl," I murmur, finding solace in her unconditional canine love. Kona woofs in agreement as if understanding me perfectly. Fetching her rope toy, she prances around my feet, begging to play. A shadow of a smile tugs my lips upon seeing her puppyish charm. Our game of tug commences, Kona's grip fierce despite her trim size. She dodges nimbly between chairs and desks, clever paws keeping her balance. A quick twist sends the rope flying from her jaws, only for her to pounce on it anew in a whirl of colorful fur. By the end of the game, we're both breathless. Bodies still wagging, Kona noses at my hand, as if to say all will be well so long as we stick together, man and dog. Her presence and steady friendship provide some comfort and assurance for what's coming ahead. I look up to see Lily watching me with concern. Her all-too-knowing eyes understand my inner turmoil as I mull painful memories. Thinking of her, are you? Lily prods, trying to cajole a confirmation from my brooding expression. I shoot her a half-hearted scowl for needling old wounds. Didn't I say enough? My gruff tone holds no bite. She's just trying in her own infuriating way to lift my heavy heart. She throws her palms up in mock surrender. Leave it to Lily to poke fun, even at my expense. Her phone buzzes, sparing me further pestering. Eager fingers tap at the screen, bringing a wide grin. Good news, she says cryptically, waving the device as if I'll snatch it for answers. Don't keep secrets now. What is it? My worry eases somewhat at seeing her cheer, but Lily merely clutches the phone closer, meeting my questioning look with mischief.
Chapter 3. Eden. I stare outside the plane window in muted fascination. Everything looks minuscule from this high up. Being here makes me feel so removed from the troubles I'm facing. It's liberating in a comforting sort of way, as if at this moment my troubles don't exist. Cabin crew, prepare for landing. The staticky voice of the pilot pipes up. I hear a collective groan from all the passengers as they straighten their chairs and put back their tray tables. I find myself protesting right along with them. The flight was too short, and I'm not ready to face the reality of my aunt's death, not to mention the pressures of deadlines, debts, and the past I've left behind. Rhen's image flashes across my brain, like he has for the 50th time today. I wonder if his deep-set blue eyes still look the same. I feel a pang of regret strike my heart. Aunt Clara means as much to me as she does to him. He must be feeling the loss, too. Excuse me, miss. You need to stow your laptop under the seat, the flight attendant urges as she passes by our row during the inspection. I do what she asks and rebuckle my seatbelt, feeling gratefully tied to this place for just a second longer. I sigh deeply. I'm just trying to delay the inevitable. I need to gather my courage and face up to my fears of seeing Rhen again. We didn't part on the best of terms, but it had been a mutual decision. At the time, our destiny seemed to be taking us on different paths, and neither of us were unwilling to compromise on our dreams. I still have the utmost respect for Rhen, reviving his father's construction business, taking care of Lily, and putting her through school, all heard secondhand from my aunt, of course. Not every man would have been willing to do those things. I'm just afraid of seeing him again, afraid of longing even more for the future I could have had. With him. I purse my lips and try to accept reality. That ship has long since sailed, and there's no use wondering what could have been. It's been a long 2 days since I received the news of Aunt Clara's death. I had wanted to jump on a plane and fly directly home, but I had to take care of some things first. Asking my neighbor to watch my place, putting a hold on my mail, submitting the articles I had pending, and paying the bills that were to be due in my absence. Luckily, my dear friend Harper helped me organize the funeral arrangements. I was grateful for the help. Who knew planning a service would be this difficult? Yet all the help in the world couldn't prepare me for coming back to Elm Ridge alone. As the plane coasts to a halt, my nerves jangle through my stomach like loose change. Peering through smudges on the window, Familiar silhouettes backdropped by buildings start taking shape. Taking a steadying breath, I rise on shaky legs into the aisle, mindlessly shuffling off the plane and through the noisy chaos of the airport. As I round the corner to collect my bags, my attention is snapped to the present. "Eden, over here." A familiar voice calls above the din. Weaving around luggage-laden travelers, I spot Harper waving vibrantly at me. Her warm smile is a much-appreciated welcome, despite the dreary surroundings and my own inner trepidation. As we share a hug, I take comfort in the fact that some things never change. Harper's still the same short, bespectacled girl who loves bright colors and sweatpants. Wearing a bright neon hoodie, she wraps me in a hug like I haven't had in years. "It's so good to have you home, even under such sad circumstances," she says, squeezing tightly. Exchanging pleasantries as we walk to her car, Harper regales me with town gossip to lift my somber spirits. Liddy Jenkins is sweet on old Joe from the hardware store. Mark my words, wedding bells will ring come spring. We share a laugh. Liddy is a confirmed spinster. We used to avoid her house growing up. As ornery as she used to be, it's hard to imagine her sweet on anyone, especially lovable old Joe. As we drive through town, it seems like nothing, and everything has changed since I've been gone. The new burger joint and drive-in coffee shop can't fool me. It's still the same old Elm Ridge. Riding in this car with Harper, I realize that at its core, it's still the same old everything. I'm surprised by the sense of relief I'm feeling, but soon enough, we arrive at my aunt's house, and I don't get the time to examine the feeling further. I pause outside and look up at the simple structure. Harper touches my arm gently. "Go on, freshen up. I'll bring the rest of your bags and wait for you." Smiling gratefully, I grab the smaller of my 2 suitcases and quickly go inside to change into a fresh outfit. Scents of sugar, cinnamon, and thyme still linger in the air, and I'm assailed by happy memories of my aunt greeting me with my favorite oatmeal cookies. I take a quick look around, but the service will begin soon, and there'll be plenty of time to study the state of the house later. As my fingers grip my bedroom door, I half wonder what I'll find on the other side. But the door sticks like it used to, and the posters still hang on the wall. Thank God, it's unchanged, like everything else. As I remove the sweatshirt and pants I wore on the plane, I'm struck by melancholy. The last time I visited was over a year ago. I had been meaning to come, but money was tight, and there never seemed like a good time. I lift a finger to stroke a photo of us in my old vanity. Our faces were bright, and our smiles shone. I don't even remember when it was taken, judging by my age, not long after I started staying with her. I hear Harper's footsteps on the entryway. The sound pulls me away from further melancholy. I change quickly, pulling on my dress and standing in front of the mirror to assess the final outcome, deciding it will have to do. My dark brown skin splays nicely in a black dress. With my curls pinned tight, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I rush back down to see Harper waiting patiently for me in the foyer. She smiles, and we walk back to her car together. This time we drive in silence. Time for the worst. Time to say goodbye to Aunt Clara. The funeral is a blur of tear-streaked faces and hushed whispers. Dutifully, I sit at the first pew, right by my aunt's casket. Clutching a tissue in my hand, I try to hold back the flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. She wanted a closed casket, which is just as well. Through my tear-stained eyes, I can hardly see anything beyond the elongated black box that now houses the woman who raised me. It's not fair. She asked for so little and gave so much. Several people have volunteered to speak about my aunt, and as I listen to their stories, I find myself laughing through the tears. Aunt Clara had truly been a remarkable woman whose warmth and compassion knew no bounds. She had a heart of gold, always ready to extend a helping hand to those in need. It makes me happy to realize that my aunt's legacy will forever live on in the countless lives she touched. Her unwavering love and selflessness have left an indelible mark on the town. Her gentle spirit and generous heart not only benefited me, but extended to everyone who knew her. Their words touch me deeply, reminding me of the bond my aunt had with the community. It comforts me to know she made such a positive impact on their lives. At the end of the service, well-meaning friends approach me to offer their condolences before heading toward a room where refreshments are laid. The whole town seems to have turned up. While some have dispersed or gone home, several townspeople approach me one by one, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. They express their joy at seeing me back in town, hoping that this time it will be for good. "Eden, it's so good to have you back," Mrs. Thompson says, her voice filled with warmth. "Your aunt was such a wonderful lady, always ready to lend a helping hand. We'll miss her dearly." Others join in, sharing their own anecdotes and memories of my aunt. The stories flow like a gentle river, each one painting a vivid picture of her kindness and generosity. "Your aunt used to bring over her famous apple pie every Thanksgiving," Mr. Davis recalls, with a wistful smile on his face. "We always look forward to that. No one can make pies like she did." Mrs. Ramirez chimes in, her voice filled with affection. "She was like a second mother to me. Whenever I needed advice or a shoulder to lean on, she was always there. I don't know what I'll do without her." As they regale me with more stories about my aunt, I surreptitiously look at the remaining crowd. I always thought of it as just Aunt Clara and me, but as I look at the people who came in her name, I realize that she was family to everyone here. It's nice, really. And despite the occasion, I almost relax in their warmth. I imagine that is what family feels like to those who have it. I only get to sit near it, enjoying it secondhand. And then I see him, Rhen. He looks different now, more mature. His dark hair is neatly trimmed, but his eyes are still as piercing blue as ever. A small flashback to our high school days hits me, a rush of memories flooding my mind. I thought I had moved on, but seeing him again stirs something unexpected in me. Our eyes meet briefly, and for a moment, it feels like time stands still. I'm filled with an unexpected stirring deep within me. The longing I feel is unlike anything I could have imagined. I've moved on, I try to tell myself, but the way I feel having met his eyes says differently. The familiar flutters are there in my chest as if they'd never left. But before I can process my feelings, I'm pulled away by Mayor Caldwell, whose silent approach startles me. He's standing too close, and his eyes glint with false cheer. His graying hair looks a little too slick against his starchy suit. "Eden, my dear, I'm sorry for your loss," he says, his voice oozing contrived sympathy. "Such a shame about your aunt. She will be dearly missed, dearly missed. But be that as it may, I wanted to talk to you about the house. Perhaps you'd be interested in selling it?" My patience wanes, and I respond firmly, "Mayor Caldwell, this is hardly the time or place to discuss my aunt's house. We can talk about it later." He takes a step closer, his smile widening. "Oh? If you haven't thought about selling it, you should. It will fetch a pretty penny. Great housing market these days." Something about his words feels off, and I can't shake the uneasy feeling that washes over me. The funeral may be over, but it seems like the storm in my life is just beginning. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back, and and every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Rhen. Good news. Lily's good news turned out to be Eden's arrival in town. Like any sister, her version of good news and mine sit on opposite sides of the street. It seems all of Elm Ridge is here, all with faces full of delight at the prospect that is Eden's return. Funeral or not, it's clear she left a hole when she left. I struggle to admit it, even to myself, but she left a hole with me too. During the service, I steal glances at Eden, her expression a mix of sadness and contemplation. The sadness etched on her face gave way to something else. I saw her looking in my direction a few times, but avoided her gaze. Now that the service is over, I can't stop looking for her, watching as she moves through the crowd. I walk alongside Lily as we make our way out of the church to the reception hall. The somber atmosphere weighs heavily on my shoulders. The townspeople greet us with nods and quiet hellos. Harper appears from the crowd, offering a sympathetic smile. "Rhen, it's good to see you here," she says softly, her eyes filled with understanding. "Thanks, Harper," I reply, grateful for her presence. As we approach the doors, Harper whispers, "Eden's right there." I follow her gaze and catch a glimpse of Eden's back. My heart skips a beat, a familiar twinge of longing washing over me. Up close, she looks different, more mature, but still undeniably beautiful. I grapple with approaching her and saying hi. I told myself I wouldn't, but memories of our past flood my mind, both the good and the bad. I take a deep breath, reminding myself that it's time to put what happened behind us. We're both different people now. Lily nudges me playfully, pulling me from my thoughts. "Go on, Rhen. Say hello to your long-lost love." I roll my eyes at her teasing, but deep down, I know she's right. I hadn't planned on approaching her, but curiosity has my mind torn between seeing her for myself and keeping my sights on my business. Logically, I know I can't have her back in town. The contracts I have ensure that the town is practically mine. I manage the majority of the rental contracts, and they ensure that my company is in charge of the repairs. Even so, my eyes keep finding her in the crowd. I approach Mike, my foreman, who attended the funeral as well. We exchange a few words about work and the town. With my eyes off of her for the moment, I'm surprised when I find Eden talking to the mayor. Her fists are balled at her sides, and she seems tense. Without a second thought, I excuse myself from Mike and make my way toward Eden. As I draw closer, I catch a glimpse of the mayor out of the corner of my eye. He's watching my approach, his smug smile unwavering. I stop in front of Eden just as she turns away from him. Surprise flickers in her eyes. I offer her a warm smile. "Hey, Eden, it's been a while." "Rhen, I didn't expect to see you." Her eyes are wide with surprise, almost as if she's seen a ghost. She stands so still, so stunned at my approach that I'm sure she's not even breathing. But the way the mayor is flicking his eyes between us makes me break the silence. "I wanted to make sure you were okay," I reply, my gaze shifting towards the mayor. The mayor steps forward, a mocking tone in his voice. "Ah, Rhen, always the knight in shining armor. But I'm afraid Eden doesn't need saving." I meet the mayor's gaze, my voice firm. "I'm not here to save anyone, Anthony. Just offering my support to someone who's been through a lot." The mayor chuckles, a condescending smile playing on his lips. "Well, isn't that sweet? But this is a private conversation, and Eden can handle herself just fine." I lean in slightly, my eyes locking with his. "I'm sure she can. However, she seems done with the conversation. Why don't you move along?" The mayor's smile falters for a moment before he regains his composure. Fine. We'll talk later, Eden. You'll hear from me again soon. I straighten myself, a hint of a smirk on my face. She's looking forward to it. As the mayor walks away, Eden and I are finally left alone. The tension dissipates, replaced by a sense of familiarity and the unspoken words between us. We stand there stiffly, unsure of what to say. My eyes roam her body. The gesture is involuntary, a muscle memory that reminds me of the past. I take a deep breath. She looks good. Really good. But work is going good, too. I can't have her here messing with my head. Things ended for a reason, and it's been for the better. At least for me. Her eyes watch me with curious caution, just as beautiful as ever. I take a small step back and give her a sad smile. I'm sorry for the loss of your Aunt Eden, I say sincerely, my voice filled with genuine empathy. She nods, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Rhen. It means a lot. We stand there for a moment, the weight of the past hanging in the air. I'm sure it's a conversation we'll eventually need to have. But for now, being there for each other in this moment of sadness is enough. As I look into her familiar face, past feelings break the surface. I'm struggling to breathe, fighting with the truth of it all. Eden has always been the love of my life, and even now, after so many years have passed, I can't imagine loving anyone else. But as much as I long for what we had, I can't avoid the reality of our situation. Eden belongs in the city, pursuing her dreams and ambitions. And me? Well, my life is here. This town relies on me, and I can't just ignore that. That doesn't mean I can ignore these feelings either. No, I can't risk losing focus now. I've been planning to expand my business, to bring more to the people who call this place home. The whole town is depending on me, and I've worked hard to get to where I am. I can't afford to be distracted by what could have been. As much as I want Eden back in my life, I have to be realistic. So, Rhen, Eden says. The hint of playfulness in her voice pulls me from my thoughts. I heard you've been quite successful with your construction projects. I chuckle. Well, you know me, E. Always striving for greatness, I joke, a touch of pride in my voice. But it's not just about success for me. It's about creating a better future for this town, for the people who live here. Eden nods, her eyes filled with appreciation. I've always admired your dedication. You've never been one to settle for mediocrity. And you've always been the one to push me to be better, I say, a fond smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Remember that time we climbed up that hill just to see the sunrise? Eden laughs, and I'm momentarily transported back to that moment. The crisp morning air, the breathtaking view, and the feeling of pure freedom. It's a memory I still hold dear. It's unchanged, just like the golden brown of her eyes. Yeah, and we ended up getting chased by a herd of cows, Eden says, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The climb may have been my doing, she admits, but the chase was because of you. They wouldn't have chased us if you hadn't insisted on trying to milk them. I join in her laughter, the weight of the past lifting slightly. It's these moments I wanted to avoid, the shared joy and memories that remind me of what we had and what we could still have if only circumstances had been different. I still feel stiff in her presence, despite the history between us. The conversation is an awkward reflection of what could have been. The memories and history hang between us as we both avoid acknowledging its obvious existence. We both get quiet, not quite knowing what to say, and slide into small talk. As the conversation comes to an end, we exchange promises to catch up. I watch as Eden walks away, her figure fading into the crowd. I fight the longing to go after her and wrap her in my arms where I know she's always belonged. But then she glances back. I smile, having been caught staring. The smile she gives me in return makes my chest feel tight. and the little wave she gives brings me back to the place I'm trying to avoid. I take a deep breath, my mind filled with conflicting emotions. The past will always hold a special place in my heart, but the present and the future are what truly matter. With a determined stride, I make my way back to Mike and the construction projects that await me. It's time to put my plans into action, to build a better future for this town, even if it means letting go of what could have been. I can't help but wonder what lies ahead for me, for Eden, and for our intertwined paths. But one thing is for certain. No matter what happens, I'll always carry a piece of her with me, a reminder of the love we shared and the dreams we once had. And maybe, just maybe, our paths will cross again, in a way that aligns our hearts and our futures. For now, it's time to focus on the task at hand, and let the rest unfold as it may. As I leave the reception hall, I catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. It's the mayor having a hushed conversation with Greta, the baker's daughter. What could the mayor possibly be discussing with her? My curiosity is piqued even more when I see the look of terror on her face. Alarm bells ring in my head, but before I can walk over to intervene, they end the conversation and go their separate ways. I can't shake the sense of foreboding that lingers in the air. As I continue on my way, thoughts of the mayor's hidden agenda occupy my mind, leaving me with a nagging feeling that something is amiss in our seemingly peaceful town.
Chapter 5. Eden. After waving a cheerful goodbye to Harper as she drives back home, my face quickly changes to a somber expression as soon as I close the door. I wince as I unstrap my black patent leather pumps. My aching feet aren't as used to heels as they'd been in my 20s, and I moan at how good the hardwood floor feels beneath my feet. With a sigh, I head for the shower, looking forward to washing the funeral, the people, the whole day off of me. The shower doesn't look great, with soap scum lining the walls, but I don't care. I need water and warmth to make this day go away. My hand reaches into the shower and turns the knob. My face sours at the sinister hollow sound coming from the pipes. Finally, it flows, but I quickly discover that the hot water isn't working. I frantically turn the left shower knob, counterclockwise, to no avail. I spin the right one. The water warms up a tad. Either the hot and cold plumbing have been switched, or the pipe is clogged, or both. I let out a sigh of disappointment. There's no time to waste. I need to take inventory of my aunt's house to see what else isn't working. Taking a look around, I might need more than just a list. I might need some help. Suddenly, Rhen's face pops into my mind. I step into the chilly shower anyway, shivering as I quickly rinse off and change. The cool water only adds to my frazzled nerves, amplifying the worry brewing within me. Once done, I wrap myself in a towel and glance around the bathroom, conducting a cursory inspection. I see some mold growing along the grout. Hopefully, it's nothing some elbow grease couldn't remove. My aunt hadn't been as agile as she used to be, and I feel so sorry I haven't been able to come home and help her as often as she apparently needed me to. My eyes then shift towards the toilet paper holder, and I reach over to adjust it. To my horror, it crashes to the floor, leaving behind a gaping hole in the tile. The contractor had made a careless mistake, drilling through the tile itself instead of the grout. Panic sets in as I realize that the only solution is to replace the entire tile, provided I can find the exact match. Otherwise, an overhaul of the entire bathroom might be necessary. I flush the toilet, and the water seems to fall absurdly low. I hear the continued bubbling of the toilet as it struggles to fill back up. I instinctively remove the cover and check the tank after a few minutes have passed, and it still hasn't filled up. I'm no expert, but some of the parts seem to be loose. Rubbing my neck and shoulders to smoothen out the tension, I release a distressed whoosh of breath. I'm worried about the other things I'll find. The tiles beneath me send a sharp chill through my body, adding to my growing sense of unease. I tell myself it's only one room, and I brighten up a little. Maybe the others won't be so bad. I take a deep breath, trying to gather my resolve as I step out of the bathroom. The house feels strangely silent, as if it's holding its breath in anticipation of my discoveries. With each step, the creaking floorboards echo my apprehension. Though clean, the once soothing space now seems frozen in time, trapped in a state of neglect. Oh, Aunt Clara, why didn't you tell me you needed help? But there's no Aunt Clara there to answer. Not anymore. As I make my way toward the living room, I notice a crack snaking its way across the ceiling. It's an ominous sign, a reminder of the house's aging structure. My eyes scan the room, taking in the faded wallpaper and worn-out furniture. The carpeting is also uneven in some places. A hole in the wall, hidden by a plank, exposes insulation and wiring. The entire room would have to be refurbished. Moving into the kitchen, I'm greeted by a musty smell that lingers in the air. The cabinets sag under the weight of years, their doors no longer closing properly. I open one of them, and a swarm of tiny insects scatters, seeking refuge in the corners. It's clear that Aunt Clara hadn't been able to keep up with the maintenance, and the disrepair has taken its toll. The dining room tells a similar tale of deterioration. The chandelier hangs at a slight angle, its crystals dull and coated with dust. The once gleaming wooden table is now marred with scratches and water stains. The room feels heavy with the weight of memories, but also with the burden of the repairs yet to come. As I ascend the staircase, the carpeted steps protest under my weight. The handrail, once sturdy, wobbles ominously as I grasp it for support. I can't help but feel a pang of guilt. Aunt Clara deserved better. A home that reflected her vibrant spirit and warmth. When I enter Aunt Clara's bedroom, I find the curtains tattered and threadbare, barely clinging to the rod. The vanity mirror is cracked, my fractured reflection staring back at me. The bed, once a place of comfort, sags in the middle, its upholstery faded and worn. With a heavy heart, I continue my exploration, discovering more signs of disrepair in each room. The guest bedroom window is stuck shut, and I can't lift it for the life of me. The study's bookshelves sag under the weight of neglected books, their pages yellowed and brittle. It's as if the house itself mirrors Aunt Clara's declining health. As I reach the final room, I enter what used to be Aunt Clara's crafts room. Paintbrushes lie stiff and dry on a stained palette. Skeins of yarn are piled neatly in boxes. The easel, once a symbol of creativity, stands abandoned in a corner. Here and there, nails poke through the carpet. They'd have to be removed and replaced, of course. Another undertaking that will involve money. Overwhelmed by the monumental project ahead of me, I sink into a worn-out chair, my mind consumed by worry over the enormity of the repairs needed. The whole house is clean, a testament to the pride Aunt Clara takes in her space and belongings, but once a sanctuary, it is now a shadow of its former self. But as I sit there, a flicker of determination ignites within me. I owe it to Aunt Clara to restore this house to its previous glory, to breathe life back into its walls. I may not have been there for her, as she had been for me in her lifetime, but I'm resolved to preserve her legacy now. With renewed purpose, I rise from the chair, ready to face the challenges head on. I will make the necessary repairs, one room at a time, and revive Aunt Clara's house to the vibrant home it once was. What was it they said about spending money to earn money? That's what I have to do, I think to myself. I need to fix this up and sell it so I can use the money from the sale to continue with my career. At least my boss had agreed to let me submit my work from here. I won't be destitute. I'm determined to find a solution that will allow me to keep my apartment in the city and be able to sustain myself while I work on the house. My salary likely won't be enough to cover the cost of everything, but maybe, just maybe, there's a way to make it work. I start searching the house, hoping to find something valuable that could help fund the repairs. I open drawers, sift through forgotten boxes, and stumble upon a dusty chest in the attic. With trembling hands, I lift the lid, and my heart skips a beat. Inside, I find a collection of vintage comics. I look through them one by one. They seem to be in remarkably good condition. Could they be worth something? It might be worthwhile to have them examined by a collector. Not only that, I find stacks of old photographs bundled together with rubber bands near the bottom of the chest. They seem to be a collection of historical images of our town, capturing its early days and significant moments. Hope sparks in my chest as I examine them. Maybe these images can help fund the repairs and preserve Aunt Clara's house. If it's of any value, the Historical Preservation Society will know. Maybe they can even provide me with the guidance and support I need to protect Aunt Clara's house from Mayor Caldwell's clutches. I begin researching their historical significance, hoping that they might be of some value. I'm delving deeper into my research when a knock on the door interrupts my search. A voice calls out, "Anyone home? Mayor Caldwell. Speak of the devil and he comes. He's come once again, his presence looming like a dark cloud." Reluctantly, I open the door. The mayor stands there, slick as always in a gray suit. "Ah, Eden. Doing some housekeeping, I see," he greets in a jovial tone, stepping into the foyer. My voice is steady as I reply, "I know what I have to do. Time to nip this in the bud." "Mayor Caldwell, I appreciate your interest, but I'm not ready to sell the house just yet." The mayor's eyes narrow. "Eden, you need to understand the reality of the situation. The town is changing, and your house is standing in the way of progress. Selling it would be in your best interest." "I'll give you double what the house is worth," he continues. "Then you can go back to the life you've made for yourself in the city. With your aunt gone, there's really nothing for you here." Dread fills me as I realize the gravity of the situation. I know this is the easy way out of the whole situation. All my problems would be solved at once, which only begs the question of why this man is handing me everything I need on a plate. No, something's up. The mayor's intentions are clear. He wants to take away my home, my history, for his own gain. For a second, it seems tempting to take the easy way out and accept the mayor on his offer. But until I know exactly what it is he's up to, I can't risk selling the house to him for it to be knocked down and demolished. Just as I'm about to respond, another knock echoes through the house, interrupting our conversation. Once again, Rhen's face pops into my mind, and my heart races that I might have help after all.
Chapter 6. Rhen. This better be a good idea. I'd had an idea while in the office earlier. Before I could think twice about it, I was driving the familiar roads to Aunt Clara's house. I've taken this road 1,000 times. As a kid, the excitement of seeing Eden had me grinding gears and pushing speed just to see her. I may be a little older. A touch of gray may have found itself at my temples, but I still feel the same way, pressing my foot harder on the gas the closer I get. I find myself standing outside Eden's front door, my ever-present companion, Kona, by my side. My hand is still hanging in mid-knock when the door opens to reveal her, and to my shock, an irate Anthony Caldwell. Kona gives a woof in greeting as Eden stretches her hand out for a sniff. I clear my throat. "Hello, Eden, Anthony," I announce, breaking the tension in the air with my voice. I don't know what was going on here before I arrived, but the relief on Eden's face tells me I got here just in time. Like any politician, the anger in Anthony's face washes into a smooth, pleasing smile. "Rhen," he says, nearly choking. "You again." "Rhen, what are you doing here?" Eden asks, her soft voice belying the glint of humor in her eyes. At least she seems happy to see me. "I wanted to talk to you about something, but it can wait if you're busy," I say, pointedly looking at the mayor. I can see the slight glistening of sweat in his collar, and I can't help but be amused at his discomfort. It was obvious he didn't welcome my presence, especially after what had happened at the church hall earlier. "Perhaps I'll come back another time, Eden," the mayor announces abruptly. He edges past me without another word. I narrow my eyes at his retreating figure. The man is acting more perplexing and suspicious each time I see him. Before I can question his motivations further, I flick my gaze back to Eden. She's looking at me with an expectant expression. "Are you ready to tell me what you're doing here?" she asks, moving aside to let me enter. Kona beats me to it, turning in circles in the hallway. I walk in reluctantly, my boots sinking into the worn-out carpet. I can't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. I'd been here before and seen the state of disrepair. I even offered my help to Aunt Clara multiple times, but she always turned me down, insisting that she could handle it on her own. Now Eden will need help with the same thing, though she hasn't asked. I'm here to offer her my help, I think. I'm not exactly sure. Eden takes the space beside me, her expression displaying a mix of curiosity and relief. "I didn't realize this place was in such bad shape," she says softly. "I would have come back sooner if I'd had any idea." Her voice trails off as she looks around the place. I just realized." I start following her gaze across the room. She turns to me, her hopeful eyes meeting mine. The sadness I see in them is gripping. I hate the disappointment that lingers in them. I clear my throat again. Guilt rears itself inside me. I know that I'm the reason she didn't come home more often. "That's why I'm here, actually," I explain gruffly, finally finding my voice. "I know some repairs need to be made. I used to fix a loose screw here and there or grease some squeaky hinges for Aunt Clara during my visits, but she always denied my request to conduct a more thorough inspection. I was looking through all the rooms earlier. Making a note of repairs. It was a lot more than I thought," she says softly. I walk across the floor, noticing that it's not even close to level. She watches as I begin to move through the house. It feels strange with her eyes on my back. Once the kid who used to roam these halls with her, I now stand here as the man who can help her make it what it used to be. "There's no hot water," she says as I move toward the bathroom. That explains the little beads of water still twinkling in her curls and the faint hint of soap on her dark skin. I don't know if she realizes how cute she is, just a little disheveled. When her guard is down like it is now, I see more of the girl I used to know. I nod as I quickly move out into the hall, so she won't see me staring. "Focus, Reynolds," I remind myself. Moving on to the living room, she points toward the cracked ceiling. I make a noise in acknowledgement as I study the damage. It will require patching up and an in-depth check for soundness. The faded wallpaper will need to be stripped, and the carpeting will have to be replaced entirely. In the kitchen, the musty smell and insect infestation can be fixed with a thorough cleaning. The sagging cabinets need to be reinforced, and I make a note to upgrade the cabinet doors. A quick facelift will do wonders for this room. The chandelier in the dining area requires some attention. It needs some repair, and the crystals need to be polished. The wooden table will need refinishing to remove the scratches and water stains. The handrail on the stairs is so wobbly that I question how Aunt Clara managed to go up and down. I also check a few things Eden didn't know to do. Lifting a corner of the carpet, I examine the type of floor underneath. The carpet will need to be completely removed, and the hardwood is in bad shape. It will be costly to restore, but it will be more expensive to replace. The labor itself is... I whistle under my breath. "It's bad, huh?" Eden asks. "Did you know it was this bad?" I almost don't want to answer. I knew she needed work done, but she wouldn't let me near the place. If I had known, I would have... "I know." She stops me. "Me too. I would have come sooner." Now we're both uncomfortable, each looking to the other for the reason she stayed away so long, each knowing we had our own part to play in the years that passed between us. Then a look crosses her face telling me that it doesn't matter anymore. We're both here now. "So what's the damage?" she asks, slicing the tension in the room like a knife. Focused on the notes, I grunt in response. "Okay then," she brightens. "To the bedroom." The tattered curtains and cracked vanity mirror in Aunt Clara's room are minor, but that's just the beginning. Most of the furniture and shelving will need to be reinforced, and any wallpaper stripped, while others, like the carpet and floor, will require major renovation. As I jot down these tasks, I realize the immense project that lies ahead. It's clear that significant time, effort, and resources will be needed to restore Aunt Clara's house to its former glory. But with determination and careful planning, I believe it can be done. After we finish our inspection, Eden turns to me with a questioning look. I can tell she's curious about what I think, so I don't mince words, though I try to be gentle. The truth is, this house requires a massive overhaul. "So what's your plan for the house?" I ask instead, my voice coming out gruffer than I intend. Eden hesitates for a moment before speaking, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Honestly, I was thinking of selling," she says hesitantly. She avoids my eyes as she crouches down to rub Kona's ears. My heart sinks. Is she serious? I scoff at her answer, unable to hide my disappointment. "Sell it?" I exclaim, my voice laced with disbelief. I can't believe that selling is even an option for her. Eden meets my gaze, her eyes filled with a mix of determination and resignation. "Yes, Rhen, I live in the city. With Aunt Clara gone, there's nothing for me here." "I'm here." I keep the words locked behind my lips. It's not true anymore. We used to be close, but life has taken us on different paths. I can't deny the lingering attraction. But it's complicated, and unlike this house, it's not something I can just fix. Trying to regain composure, I offer a solution. "Aiden, I'm going to be honest with you. This house needs a lot of work, but my construction company can handle the renovations. We're the best around here. Plus, you know me and you can trust our workmanship." She looks at me, uncertainty and worry lingering in her eyes. I wonder if she can afford the potential cost of the renovations, so I press on, my voice low. "Think about it, Eden. We can work fast. Once it's done, you can leave for the city much earlier. You don't need to worry about the cost either. I can do most of the work myself." I can't fully admit why I'm even offering. I should want her to leave so I can let go of the past. I see her wavering, and I think I want her to stay too, so I can remember her better. She looks down, her fingers tracing the edge of the countertop. Finally, she meets my gaze again, her voice filled with a mix of determination and uncertainty. "I do want to restore the house. I want to make Aunt Clara proud, but I also want to move on with my life." I fight the urge to reach out and touch her hand, to offer comfort and reassurance. But I keep my hands to myself, taking the chance to study her in silence. Kona, sensing the tense atmosphere, pads over to Eden's side, her tail, or the little nub in its place, wagging. Eden bends down to scratch her ears, a soft smile gracing her face. She's always had the most beautiful smile, I think to myself. Of the unchanged things about Eden, it's the thing I notice first. Then, and always. However, I need to focus on the task at hand, convincing Eden to allow me to help her with the renovations. Aunt Clara meant a lot to me too. Whatever she decides in the end, I also feel the need to restore this house to its former glory. For Aunt Clara. She looks up, her eyes searching mine for something. I wait anxiously for her response. She bites her lip, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. The silence hangs heavy between us, and I can't help but wonder if my arguments were enough. I look at Eden, anticipation coursing through me. I'm getting impatient. I need her to decide. I need her to leave, or else I'll spend all my time trying to make her stay. Well, what's it going to be, Eden?
Chapter 7. Eden. "I think I can make a go of it myself," I finally say. I look and sound crazy. I get it, but it's a risk I'm going to take. Fixing Aunt Clara's house is something I can do. Working every day with Rhen is something I can't do. I just don't trust myself. Rhen scoffs in disbelief. Seriously? He growls, his brows furrowed. I can see he's unhappy with my decision, but it's still too weird being around him. He straightens from his relaxed position against the wall and hands me a list, his notes from our inspection. He doesn't even make eye contact, just grunts and slips past me. Suit yourself, he says roughly. He gives a shrill whistle for Kona, and they both follow the path toward the door. I follow slowly. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, I say, getting frustrated. Rhen just lifts a hand to wave. He doesn't even look back. I let out a scoff of my own as he walks out. What's with him? I stand in the doorway, watching him and Kona disappear down the path. There's tension in the air, and I can't help but wonder why he reacted so strongly to my decision. Closing the door behind me, I clutch the list he gave me, feeling a mix of gratitude and determination. I can't deny his offer was generous, but I can't take him up on it. I need to be practical and not allow my unresolved feelings to cloud my judgment. I'm still determined to renovate, but maybe I can do some of the smaller projects myself. Stripping the wallpaper and cleaning the grout should be manageable. Some of the others will require professional experience. Surely there are other contractors who can do that kind of work. Smacking my palm across my forehead, I berate myself for forgetting to ask Rhen how much he thinks it would cost. Still, I at least have the list we made. As long as I stick religiously to it, I'm sure I can get an accurate quotation from someone else. I take a deep breath as I walk through the house once again, trying to see the state of disrepair through Rhen's eyes. The cracks in the walls, the peeling paint, and the creaking floorboards becoming more pronounced by the second. I underestimated how much work needed to be done. But then I remember Rhen's confidence, his belief that it's all fixable, and it strengthens my resolve. I head to the living room and sit down on the worn-out couch, pulling out my phone to start researching potential contractors. As I scroll through listings and read reviews, I can't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. This house holds so many memories for me, and I want to restore it. I think it has a few more memories yet. I dial the first number on my list and wait anxiously as it rings. Finally, someone picks up. Hello? A voice answers, sounding slightly muffled. Hi, I'm Eden. I found your contact information online. I'm looking for a contractor to help with renovations on a house in Elm Ridge, I explain, hoping for a positive response. There's a pause on the other end of the line before the voice responds. Sure thing, ma'am. I can definitely help you out. Just wire me a deposit of $1,000 and we can get started right away. My heart sinks. This sounds suspiciously like a scam. I'll have to think about it. Can I get back to you? The voice on the other end grows impatient. Look, I've got other clients waiting. If you're serious about this, you better act fast. I quickly end the call, realizing that I narrowly avoided falling into a trap. Scammers are everywhere, and I need to be cautious. Undeterred, I dial the next number on my list. This time, the person who answers sounds groggy and is definitely slurring their words. Hello, they mumble. Hi, I'm Eden. I'm interested in hiring a contractor for some renovations. Are you available? I ask, trying to overlook the garbled speech. The person lets out a loud, exaggerated yawn. Yeah, sure, I can help you out. Just give me a moment to shake off this hangover. I let out an incredulous laugh. This is certainly not the level of professionalism I was expecting. I think I'll pass. Thanks anyway. I hang up, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. It's clear that not everyone who advertises as a contractor is reliable. With a sigh, I move on to the next option on my list. This time, I decide to check out the contractor's website first. But as I click through the pages, something feels off. The design is outdated, and the content seems generic and uninformative. Even the reviews seem dated. I decide to call the number listed on the website, hoping for a better impression than what I've encountered so far. "Hello," a voice answers, sounding slightly bored. "Hi, I came across your website and I'm interested in discussing some renovation projects. Can you tell me more about your services?" I inquire, hoping for a more professional experience this time. The person on the other end lets out a short chuckle. "Yeah, sure. We do it all. Just tell me what you need and we'll make it happen." I can't help but feel skeptical. "Can you provide some examples of your previous work or any references?" There's a pause on the line before the person responds. "Sorry, we don't have that information readily available. But trust me, we're the best in the business." I hang up, disappointed. It seems like this website may be a front for something less than reputable. As I sit back on the couch, I realize that finding the right contractor won't be as easy as I thought. Scammers, unprofessionalism, and fake web pages are all obstacles I need to navigate, but I won't let that deter me. I'll keep searching. I'm determined to find a reliable and trustworthy contractor who will help me bring Aunt Clara's house back to life. Gazing out into the overgrown garden, lost in thought, I mull over my choices. Mayor Caldwell's offer to buy the house is front and center in my mind. Even the idea of selling to a flipper who does renovations like this regularly seems tempting. They would both be quick and easy ways to get rid of the problem. But then I think of Aunt Clara and the love she poured into this house. Part of honoring her memory means taking care of the renovations myself. With renewed determination, I walk through each room, envisioning the possibilities, and imagining how beautiful it will be once the renovations are complete. The cracked walls will be repaired. The paint will shine anew, and the noises will fade into whispers of the past. I close my eyes and let the memories flood my mind. Summers spent playing in the backyard, family gatherings in the cozy kitchen, and the countless nights Aunt Clara spent telling me stories in the living room. No one else knows this house like I do. The creaky stairs, the hidden nooks, the secrets whispered within the walls. It's a part of me, and I can't bear the thought of letting it go. As I make my way to my bedroom, I decide to sleep on it. It's been a long day, and I'm exhausted. Tomorrow, I will wake up with a clearer mind, and then I'll choose the way forward. I open my eyes to early morning light filtering through the room, wondering when I even fell asleep. I'd spent the entire night tossing and turning, worrying and weighing over my options. Though I must have drifted off at some point, my mind feels like it's been whirring a mile a minute. As I turn toward the window to catch a glimpse of the sun, I make up my mind. I won't sell to a flipper, and I won't accept Mayor Caldwell's offer. This house deserves more than that. It deserves someone who will cherish it as much as Aunt Clara did. And even though my destiny is elsewhere, I will strive to do justice to her house. I can't help but smile. The road ahead may be filled with challenges and uncertainty, but I am ready to take them on. Today's the day I begin the journey to fixing this house, with all its history and memories, to its former glory. It won't be easy, and it won't be quick, but it will be worth it. I stare up at the ceiling, reflecting on the decision I've made. Selling it at its current state would have been the practical choice, the easy way out. But Aunt Clara's spirit lingers in every corner of this house, and I owe it to her to see this through. She believed in me, and now it's time for me to believe in myself. Later, I find my confidence waning a little. As reality starts hitting me square in the face, I look back at Rhen's offer and see the helping hand he was trying to offer me. I'm so stupid to let it go like it was nothing. Now I have to bite the bullet and do the impossible. It's time to call Rhen, and I need to gather my courage. If there's one thing the sleepless night has made abundantly clear, it's that he is the best option. I take a deep breath and pick up my phone to dial Rhen's number. When he picks up, my voice trembles. "Hi, Rhen. It's Eden. I paused, stumbling over my words. I'd like to accept your offer. Silence hangs on the line before Rhen replies, surprised. Eden, that's great news. I'm glad you've made that decision. The rugged sound of his voice makes my heart race, but I can't let myself get distracted. I swallow my pride, needing him to know the full scope of my situation. Rhen, I'll be perfectly honest. I have no funds to cover your services. You didn't give me a quote, but it seems quite extensive. Not to mention it's expensive. Wren's voice sounds gruff but understanding. Eden, Aunt Clara meant a lot to me too. I can offer you an extremely discounted rate, but just this once. My stomach flips. I'm filled with gratitude for his offer, but it's a very generous one. So generous that I worry what the catch is. With a nervous swallow, I clear my throat. Rhen? I ask hesitantly. Yes, he says in his gravelly voice. The offer is generous, and I'm so appreciative. I pause, swallowing hard. But at what cost? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 8. Eden. I just want to preserve the history of the town, is all he offers me. The assertive tone of his voice stirs something in me, something dangerous and alluring, but I need to stay focused. Plus, I'm not entirely sure I believe him, but I'm out of options. Rhen is my only hope for restoring Aunt Clara's house. Okay, I say hesitantly. He sighs gruffly. I'll be over in an hour to go over the details, okay? Okay, I murmur, my eyes drifting to the window as I watch the sun slowly sink behind the trees. As I hang up the phone, I can't help but feel a sense of both relief and trepidation. Yes, I'm grateful to have Rhen on board in renovating Aunt Clara's house, but I'm wary of the emotions that might come up between us. Pushing those thoughts aside, I head to the kitchen, drawn by the familiar sense of my aunt's spice cabinet. As I run my fingers over the worn labels, memories flood my mind of Sunday dinners and late-night baking sessions. Aunt Clara's warm laughter and gentle guidance was everywhere in this house, and still is in a way. I can almost hear her voice now, encouraging me to keep going, to not give up on this house that holds so much of our shared history. With a renewed sense of purpose, I start pulling out some of the spices, determined to whip up a batch of Aunt Clara's famous chocolate chip cookies. The simple act of baking seems to ground me, reminding me of the comfort and familiarity that this house holds. I feel her presence more than ever, and know deep down that this is the way. I could sell and run, or I could stay and learn. I know what she would want, like I know she would add a pinch of cinnamon to this batter. Just a pinch. I'm sliding the last tray of cookies into the oven when the doorbell rings. Wiping the flour from my hands, I make my way to the front door, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. When I pull the door open, Rhen stands before me, Kona at his side. His eyes immediately soften as he takes in the flour dusting my clothes and the warm scent of freshly baked cookies wafting through the air. My eyes focus on his face as I take him in. The set of his jaw and his grumpy demeanor aren't traits I remember him having, but his presence makes me feel flustered and nervous. "Looks like you've been busy," he says, his deep voice rumbling with forced amusement. I can't help but chuckle awkwardly, motioning for him to come inside. "I figured I should make use of the time before you got here," I say, leading him into the kitchen. As Rhen looks around the kitchen, taking in the familiar sights and scents, the air seems to crackle with an electricity that makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand. His eyes meet mine with a silent understanding. I nod. The tension in the air is palpable as we stand there, caught in a moment of shared nostalgia. But then, Kona lets out an enthusiastic bark, breaking the spell. Rhen chuckles, his hand reaching down to give Kona's head a gentle scratch. I try to push aside the fluttering in my stomach as he turns to me, his hazel eyes sparkling with a hint of something I can't place. But it makes me subtly press my thighs together, causing my face to heat with warmth, and I have to turn away to compose myself. "So where do you want to start?" Rhen's voice, deep and resonant, breaks the silence, causing a shiver to run through me despite the warmth of the room. I clear my throat, trying to sound more confident than I feel. "Let's start with the living room," I suggest a bit more breathlessly than intended. The walls are begging for a fresh coat, and the hardwood floors have seen better days. Rhen's eyes roam the space, and I can't shake the feeling that he's not just assessing the room. "Sounds like a plan," he agrees with a faint smile, his gaze locking onto mine for a moment too long before breaking away. "Why don't we take a look around and see what else is on the agenda?" I lead him through the house, each room a chapter of history yet unwritten. His presence is a steady drumbeat behind me, sure and unyielding. He examines the sagging shelves in the study with the scrutiny of a seasoned carpenter, his fingers tracing the lines of wear in the wood. "Potential," he grumbles almost to himself. "Potential? What does that even mean?" His demeanor is irritating, and yet I can feel the heat inside me growing with every grumpy step he takes. It's nerve-wracking being here alone with him. The tension in the air is charged, and I'm growing more breathless with every step we take. We walk through to the back porch, where the overgrown garden lies dormant. "Aunt Clara's sanctuary," I say, my voice tinged with the reverence of memory. I run my fingers along the weathered railing, the grain rough beneath my touch. Rhen steps beside me, his hand covering mine, grounding me. "We'll bring it back to life," he promises, and his touch sends a cascade of warmth through me. "Thank you, Rhen," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "For everything." Our eyes meet, and there's an unspoken understanding between us, a depth of emotion that words can't quite capture. In that moment, the world narrows down to the space between us, charged with the promise of things unsaid. The spell is broken by the sharp honk of a car horn, and we both start, a flush creeping up Rhen's neck. "I should get to those plans," he says, a touch gruffly, and I nod, suddenly self-conscious. Back inside, Rhen spreads out his papers on the dining table, now cluttered with sketches and notes. I can't help but watch him. The intensity of his focus, the way his shirt stretches across his back as he leans forward. "Do you, have a crew coming?" I ask, breaking the silence. He catches my gaze, and there's a familiar glint in his eye. "I've got this under control," he says, his voice low. "You don't need to stick around if it's too much." I'm a bit taken aback. "No, I want to be here," I insist. "It's just hard to figure out how to be around you, Rhen." He nods, understanding flashing in his eyes. "It's not easy for me either," he says honestly. "But I'm here for you, Eden, for whatever you need." Gratitude washes over me as I shrug my arms around myself. Though words fail, our silent communication is clear, and in Rhen's steady gaze, I find a spark of hope that perhaps we can navigate the uncertainties of this house and our past together. Rhen straightens himself and clears his throat, breaking the spell. "I'm heading to the hardware store. "Want to come?" he asks, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. "Yeah, I'll come with," I reply, eager for a break. The ride to the store is quiet, but it's a comfortable silence, the kind that's thick with words we're not yet ready to say. I steal glances at Rhen, his profile set in concentration as he navigates the streets, and I find myself admiring the furrow of his brow and the way his hands grip the steering wheel with a sense of purpose. "So," I begin, the word cutting through the stillness, "how long do you think the renovations will take?" He turns to me, a half smile playing on his lips. "Depends on what we find as we go. Could be a couple of weeks, could be a couple of months. Old places like yours have a way of surprising you." I nod, feeling the truth in his words. This house, much like us, is full of surprises. As we pull into the parking lot of the hardware store, Rhen turns to me, his gaze lingering just a moment longer than necessary. The ease between us grows as we gather our supplies in comfortable silence. It's mundane, and yet it feels like we're tiptoeing back to something resembling friendship, or maybe something more. When we finally leave, an awkward silence takes us over as we head back to the truck. It's almost like things got too comfortable in there, and once outside we're exposed again, neither quite sure what to say. The darkness has settled in for the night when we return to the car, with our supplies, Kona eagerly taking her place between us. We unload the truck, our arms laden with the spoils of our hardware store raid. I heave a box of ceramic tiles, and my knees buckle slightly. The weight of it is heavier than I've anticipated. "Eden," Rhen's voice is firm, but not unkind. "Let me?" Before I can protest, he's by my side, his hands covering mine for a brief, electric moment before he takes the full weight of the box into his arms. I'm left standing there, both grateful and slightly embarrassed. I've got this, he assures me, and I know he's not just talking about the box. I smile. It's a genuine, unforced smile that surprises me with its ease. I know you do. He smirks, a playful glint in his eye. Don't worry, I'll handle the heavy lifting. You just keep being the brains of this operation. I let out a chuckle. You got it? Before I forget, I have a surprise in store for you. Wren's eyebrows lift in interest, a look that transforms his face from rugged to boyishly charming. A surprise, huh? I nod, smiling. You'll see. At that moment, the air between us shifts, becoming something new. It's as if the act of sharing this piece of the house's soul has bridged the gap that time and distance had wedged between us. We stand there together, in the quiet, sharing the warmth of a moment that feels like a promise of restoration, not just for the house, but perhaps for us too.
Chapter 9. Rhen. The rhythm of the hammer feels good in my hands. I'm lost in the cadence, feeling the weight of the hammer with every whack in a rhythm that could drown out the world. It's what I love most about this kind of work, the way you can lose yourself in it. But no matter how lost I feel, part of me remains alert to Eden as she moves around the room. There's a new determination in her steps, a focus that wasn't there before. It's a subtle change few would recognize, but not me. Where Eden's concerned, there's no change too small for me to overlook. Turns out, the surprise she meant was her showing up each day in clothes that make it hard to keep my mind strictly on the renovations. Damn those leggings and tight outfits! She looks so hot. I've had to nurse more than one sore thumb when I pay more attention to her than to where I'm swinging. Not that I'd ever say it out loud. I'm trying to keep things professional, but it's difficult to do with every curve highlighted and her hair pulled back, revealing the nape of her neck. I've been watching some DIY shows, she says, breaking my concentration for a moment. She's got paint on her nose, and there's a gleam in her eyes. I thought I could at least keep up with you. I chuckle, shaking my head. Eden, watching a few episodes of Fixer Upper doesn't make you a contractor. She sticks her tongue out at me playfully. Well, it doesn't make me clueless either. Here, let me help with that. She moves towards the ladder where I've been working on patching up the ceiling. I expected her to take advantage of the charity I was offering. She made it pretty clear she had no money, but the fact she's here, trying to make up for it, impresses me. It really doesn't bother me to spend the money. God knows I've got enough of it. But her pride, her stubbornness to contribute, it's unexpected. Careful, I warn as she ascends the ladder, a paintbrush in hand. I got it, Rhen, she insists, reaching up to smooth over a patch. But as she does, the ladder wobbles. In a heartbeat, I'm there, steadying it with a hand that can't help but brush against her leg. Thanks, she breathes out, a little shaken. Don't mention it, I say, my voice low, trying to ignore the softness of her skin beneath my fingers. It's damn near impossible with every bit of her highlighted in the hug of her clothes. I take a deep breath, willing my mind to stop going down that path. I squint my eyes shut and try to push the image of her out. I'm a professional, but my hands are sweaty and my heart is racing. We work in silence for a while. The only sounds in the room are the scrape of the sandpaper and the occasional thud of the hammer. I watch her from the corner of my eye, admiring the way she's thrown herself into this project. She's trying to sand down the windowsill now, but her technique is all wrong. Here, let me show you, I say, coming up behind her. I take the sandpaper from her hand and guide it along the wood. It's all about the grain, see? She nods, her back pressed against my chest, and I can't help but breathe in the floral scent of her curls. It's a dangerous moment, charged with something I can't quite name. I quickly step back, needing space. I'll check on Tom, I say abruptly, referring to our foreman, and make a hasty retreat. When I return, I find Eden on her knees, trying to pry up a floorboard with a crowbar. I've told her these boards are tricky, that they've got history and splinters that don't take kindly to inexperienced hands. Eden, let me... I can do it, Rhen. She cuts me off, her voice tight with determination. But then there's a crack, a yelp, and I'm there, pulling her back as the crowbar slips and the board snaps back into place, just missing her fingers. Damn it, Eden, you're going to hurt yourself, I say, more harshly than intended. Her eyes are wide, scared, and I immediately regret my tone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... I know, she says quickly, standing up and dusting herself off. I just wanted to help. To show you that I'm not just taking advantage. I sigh, running a hand through my dark hair. It's a mess that I can never seem to keep tame. Listen, I say, my voice softer now. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but there are some things you should leave to the pros. Why don't you find something else to do? Something less dangerous? She looks like she's about to argue, but then she nods, a resigned tilt to her mouth. Okay. I'll make us some lunch. How does that sound? Perfect, I say. And I mean it. She heads off to the kitchen and I turn back to the task at hand, but not before sneaking one last glance at her retreating figure. The morning passes in a blur with Tom, our foreman, and the rest of the crew, Liam and Mike, coming and going. It's a good group, one I've built based on trust and skill. They give Eden her space, but their occasional curious glances don't go unnoticed. When the day finally winds down and the house is filled with the signs of progress, I watch my crew leave, yet I find myself reluctant to move. The house is starting to feel less like a job and more like something else. Something that's tied to Eden and the way she smiles when she thinks no one is watching. As I'm loading up the truck, the clatter of little paws on the hardwood floor pulls me back inside. Kona is barreling towards Eden in the den, a slobbery rope toy dangling from her mouth. Looks like you've got a friend there, I say, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, smile tugging at my lips. Eden laughs, taking the toy from Kona and tossing it down the hall. Yeah, she's been a great helper, she says, her eyes following the dog as she dashes after her prize. Aren't you, Kona? Kona returns, her whole body wagging in place of her tail, and drops the toy at Eden's feet. She pats her head affectionately, and I find myself envying my dog for a moment. It's a ridiculous thought, but it's there, scratching at the back of my mind. You're a natural with her, I say, pushing away from the frame and walking over to join them. She gives me a shy smile, her eyes lighting up in a way that has my stomach flipping. I've always loved dogs. They're uncomplicated, you know? They love you, and that's it. No strings attached. Her words hang in the air, and for a second I think I see something more in her gaze. A longing, maybe, or a hint of sadness. But then she's back to playing with Kona, and I tell myself it was just a trick of the light. Speaking of love, I start and then stop. What am I doing? This is not the time for personal talk. I clear my throat. I mean, Kona's love for fetching could be useful around here. Maybe she can help carry some of the smaller tools. Well, I have been teaching her some tricks while you've been busy. Her voice is shy and soft. It makes the hair on my neck stand up, and my heart races. It's been racing a lot lately. The more time I spend with Eden, the more I'm filled with that sense of longing I've been trying to avoid. Want to show Rhen your new trick? She asks Kona with a smile. Kona barks, her agreement loud and clear, and Eden sets to having her carry a tape measure back to me. It's a simple task, but Kona is all concentration, her brown eyes locked on Eden's every gesture. Good girl, Kona! I praise as she trots over to me with the tape measure. Looks like you've got a job now. Eden claps her hands, delighted at our small victory. See, I'm not the only one learning new tricks around here. As the evening light starts to fade and the shadows grow long in the room, I realize that the day has been full of unexpected moments. Eden's stubbornness in wanting to contribute, The camaraderie over lunch, and now this. Watching her with Kona, seeing her open up even if it's just to a dog. As I stand there, watching Eden and Kona in a spirited game of tug-of-war, I can't help but feel a warmth spreading through my chest. The sight of her laughter mixed with Kona's playful growls softens something inside me, and I think maybe Eden being back isn't the worst thing. She's different, somehow more open than before. From the way she digs in with her heels, roughing with the dog, to the way she holds her tongue and doesn't chatter away like she used to. She's both welcoming and reserved, or maybe I'm just seeing her with fresh eyes. After all, time has a way of sanding down the rough edges of the past. "Hey, Kona, go easy on her," I chide playfully. But they're both too caught up in their fun to pay me any mind. Suddenly, the crunch of gravel under tires pulls our attention to the window. Kona's ears perk up and she drops the rope toy, bounding to the front door with a bark that's more excitement than warning. Eden and I exchange a quick glance, curiosity etched on her face. "Expecting anyone?" she asks, brushing a loose curl behind her ear as she follows Kona. "No," I mutter, my brows knitting together. The dog growls low, but I don't tell her to stop. I have a bad feeling about this.
Chapter 10. Eden. I glance through the window, and my heart sinks. Caldwell's car, a sleek, silver sedan that's far too pristine for this dusty driveway, rolls to a stop. He steps out, clipboard in hand, and my stomach tightens. This isn't just a friendly visit. Kona, oblivious to the tension, pushes the rope at my feet, her body shaking with excitement. I groan as I stand, handing Kona the rope toy. "I'll be right back. You okay?" "Sure, I'll clean up here," Rhen says, watching me with those intense blue eyes that seem to see right through me. Taking a deep breath, I step out into the twilight and cross the yard to meet Caldwell on the porch. "Evening, Eden," Caldwell says, his voice dripping with a condescension that sets my teeth on edge. "Thought I'd stop by, see how things are going." I force a smile. "Let's talk in the living room. We've just finished up for the day." He pushes past me, taking the lead. I frown and take note of his critical gaze taking in the house's still unfinished state. I settle into the sofa, the walls around us a testament to the work we've done and all that's left to do. Caldwell wrinkles his nose, taking a clean handkerchief from his pocket to dust construction debris off of the armchair before sitting down. "I've been looking over the numbers, Eden," Caldwell begins, tapping his pen against the clipboard. "It might be time to consider selling to someone who can really invest in this place." I shake my head, my hands balling into fists. "This house is more than a quick flip, Caldwell. I want to preserve it. It's history, it's—" He interrupts with a sigh. "Sentiment doesn't pay the bills, Ms. Rivers. Think of the debt, the expenses piling up. Be realistic." Internally, my stomach churns with the weight of my secrets, my mounting debt, the risk of losing my apartment. I need to make money off this house, or everything will come crashing down. His words hit too close to home, but I can't let him see that. I am being realistic. I know what I'm doing. He looks at me, his tone mocking. "Come now, Eden. You must realize it would be so much easier to just sell to a flipper. Save yourself the trouble." I grip my teeth, trying to keep my composure. This house is more than just a trouble to me. But before I can usher Caldwell back out, Rhen comes in from the den, his frame suddenly filling the doorway. "Everything okay in here?" His tone leaves no room for games. I look over at him, grateful for his interruption, and my breath catches. His brow is furrowed, and the dangerous expression on his face as he eyes the mayor fills my stomach with flutters. Caldwell glances up, his expression souring further. "Just discussing options." I stand, feeling Rhen's silent support behind me. The only option I'm interested in is finishing what I started. This house deserves that much. Caldwell stands too, his eyes cold. Don't let pride cost you everything, Eden. I think you've overstayed your welcome, Rhen interrupts, his voice laden with poison. He steps into Caldwell's space, making him step backward. Caldwell's eyes narrow, but he knows better than to argue with Rhen. With a huff, he departs, passing Rhen with a glare in his eyes. As Caldwell's car disappears down the drive, I let out the breath I was holding. I'm shaking, a cocktail of defiance and dread swirling in my veins. Wren's eyes narrow, and a frown creases his forehead. What was that all about? He asks, his words lacking any of the warmth from earlier. I sigh. It's nothing. He just keeps pushing me to sell. I rub my hands down my face with a groan, holding back tears of overwhelm. What's really going on? He asks, concern etched in his voice. He crosses the room to stand in front of me, his gaze searching. You don't have to deal with him alone, Eden. I'm here, okay? Something about his earnestness and the way he stands solid and sure cracks the dam I've built around my worries. It's just everything. I'm scared, Rhen. The words tumble out in a rush. I'm in over my head with this house. There's so much to do, and Caldwell won't let up about selling. This house, it's my last shot at fixing things, and every time I turn around, it feels like I'm just digging myself deeper. Rhen steps closer, his eyes locked onto mine. You're tougher than you know, and Caldwell, he's a shark. Don't let him smell blood. I laugh, though it's more out of relief than amusement. He listens to me and doesn't interrupt or offer empty platitudes. He stands closer until I feel the weight of his hand on my shoulder. My breath shudders quietly inside me with his skin touching mine. You're not alone in this. We'll figure it out together. Surprised by the steadiness in his voice, I squeeze his hand back. Thanks. It means more than you know. He nods, his hand lingering around mine before he lets go. I'll be here, every step of the way. You're amazing, I say without thinking. There's a second of silence and I blink twice, wondering if he heard it too. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. We stand there, the distance between us filled with something new, something like possibility. Kona trots back in, breaking the moment with a full body wag and a look that says it's time for her dinner. Rhen chuckles, the growl in his voice replaced with warmth once more. Guess it's time to feed the beast. You good? I nod, grateful for the normalcy he brings. Yeah, I'm good. Rhen heads out the door with Kona bounding after him. The shadows stretch across the floor, and for a moment I'm finally left alone with the silence of the house, with its creaking floors and peeling wallpaper. I let myself feel the weight of it all, the fear, the hope, the relentless push to keep going. I know in my heart that this is more than a renovation project. It's my last stand against a tide of mistakes I've made and debts I can't outrun. This house is a battle I'm not willing to lose. And with Rhen here with me, the night doesn't feel quite so heavy. The future seems not quite so bleak. I'm starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, I found an ally in more ways than one. My phone buzzes with a text from Harper. Meet me at the Night Owl? I quickly shoot a reply to confirm I'll be coming. I grab my coat and make my way to the Night Owl Cafe to meet Harper. It's our spot, a cozy cafe that serves the best mocha lattes. Today's visit will also come with never-ending support in the form of Harper's no-nonsense advice. The buzzing of its evening crowd welcomes me as I push through the door. Harper's already there, nestled in our usual booth with 2 steaming cups in front of her. Hey, I say, sliding into the seat across from her. Hey, yourself? So how's life in the House of Dust and Dreams? She teases, her eyes sparkling with the mischief from behind her gold-framed glasses. I roll my eyes but can't suppress a smile. It's a bit complicated. Caldwell came by again, Harper's eyebrows shoot up. And what about Rhen? My cheeks warm at the mention of Rhen. He got all growly and made him leave. The heat spreads to my ears as I think of how hot it was when he came to my rescue. And why does that make you smile, Eden? Harper leans forward, her grin wicked. I'm not smiling, I deny, trying to force my lips into a straight line. Eden, do you really think Wren's just doing all this out of the goodness of his heart? Harper asks, her smile replaced by concern. I'm about to answer her, but a voice interrupts, cutting me off. I turn and stare, surprise rooting me to my spot. Eden, what's wrong?
Chapter 11. Rhen. Elm Ridge's main street is quiet this time of evening, with only the faint glow from the Night Owl Cafe cutting through the dimming light. I'm leaning against the hood of my truck, the cold metal barely registering through the fabric of my flannel shirt. Taking a deep breath, I push off from the truck and head toward the cafe. The bell jingles its familiar tune as I step inside. It's warm, a stark contrast to the chill outside, and the scent of roasted coffee beans hits me like a welcome. I spot her immediately. Eden's laugh, light and carefree, bubbles up across the room from where she's sitting with Harper. Even though I spent most of the day with her, I'm halfway to them before I realize my feet are moving. Hey, I start shortly after hearing Harper ask what's wrong with Eden, as she seems to be staring at me way too seriously. For a moment, it's like we're the only two in the room. Hey, she breathes out, a simple greeting that feels like a punch to the gut. Harper turns around, beaming. Rhen, we were just talking about you. I see Eden's eyes widen at Harper. Don't mind her. She glances at me. You were? I say, smirking. All good things, I hope. Eden smiles shyly and nods. The moment stretches with me and Eden just staring at each other until Harper fake coughs, breaking the spell. Would you like to join us? I glance at Harper. No, I'll just pick up my coffee and go. We have an early start tomorrow with the renovations. Harper smiles and I turn to Eden. I'll see you tomorrow. Her reply is a whisper. See you, Rhen. I walk out, coffee in hand, the bell chiming my departure. The air outside feels sharper now, the night darker. And as I climb into my truck, I can't shake the feeling that nothing about Elm Ridge is quite the same. Not anymore. As I drive away from the cafe, my thoughts are a tangled mess. I can't shake the fact that Eden and I have shared a moment, a reminder of the blurred lines between past and present. The night owl fades in the rearview mirror, and for a fleeting moment, I consider turning back. I don't, though. Instead, I head towards the old high school. It's been years since I've had any reason to come here, but tonight, the pull is irresistible. The football field comes into view, the floodlights casting long shadows over the grass. It's empty now, the echoes of cheering crowds from days past lingering like ghosts. I park and step out, the familiar crunch of gravel under my boots. The bleachers are just as I remember, weathered and worn. I climb up to the top, the same spot where Eden and I used to share hushed conversations under Friday night lights. A smile tugs at my lips as I recall her passionate rants about whatever cause she'd taken up that week. The bleachers are empty, and the only sound is the whisper of the wind. I sigh, resting my elbows on my knees as I look out over the field. It's here, in this spot, where the lines between then and now blur the most. I meet Eden the next day at the house to continue our renovation work. Hand me the hammer, will you? Eden's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I pass it to her, our fingers brushing in the exchange. A current zips up my arm, but I shove it down, focusing instead on the task at hand. You sure you know how to use that? I say as a joke, and I watch as she expertly drives a nail into the wall. She glances at me, a smirk playing on her lips. What do you think? I smile as we work in a comfortable silence, the rhythmic pounding of the hammer a familiar soundtrack. Eden measures and marks, I cut and place, and for a few hours, it's like we're back in high school, working on the set for the school play. "Do you remember the castle backdrop we painted?" I ask, unable to help myself. Her laugh is bright, the sound bouncing off the walls. "How could I forget? You got more paint on me than the canvas." I chuckle. The image of a paint-splattered Eden burned into my memory. "It was a good look for you." She rolls her eyes, but I see the smile she's trying to hide. She's changed so much, but she's still the girl I used to love. We move on to installing the new window frames, the sunlight streaming through and illuminating the dust motes in the air. It's mesmerizing, watching them dance in the light, a stark contrast to the clarity I'm seeking. "You've done a lot for this place," Eden says, gesturing about the room. I shrug, uncomfortable with the praise. "It's home." She nods, understanding. "It's nice seeing how much you care about Elm Ridge." "It's not just me," I deflect. "The whole community pitches in." "Yeah, but not everyone leads like you do," she insists. "My aunt would have loved this." I meet her gaze, and there's something there that makes my heart skip. It's admiration, sure, but there's more. Something deeper. The day wears on, project taking shape under our combined efforts. It's late afternoon when we finally step back to admire our work. The new windows are in, the walls freshly painted, and the room feels hopeful. "We make a good team," Eden observes, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. I nod, the words catching in my throat. "Yeah, we do." I want to say more, to bridge the gap of years and heartache with something as simple as words. But life isn't a high school play, and there are no scripts for moments like this. Instead, I offer a smile, one that I hope conveys all the things I can't seem to articulate. Eden returns it. For an instant, the lines aren't just blurred. They're non-existent. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the newly renovated room, I realize that Elm Ridge isn't the only thing that's evolved. I have two. And maybe, just maybe, so has something between Eden and me. Day 6 of working dawns bright and clear, the kind of morning that seems to hold a promise in its light. I'm on my second cup of coffee, staring at the old house that's slowly becoming less of a construction site and more of a home. It's weird how a building can do that, how it can change before your eyes. Eden's already here, sleeves rolled up, curls tied back in a messy ponytail. She's a natural, picking up skills with a quickness that impresses me. Today she's tackling the installation of kitchen cabinets, and I'm showing her the ropes. "Make sure it's level," I instruct, handing her the tool. "You don't want your spices sliding off the shelf every time you open the door." She takes the level, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Got it. Wouldn't want a spice avalanche." Her joke sends a ripple of warmth through me. It's a comfort, this back and forth we've fallen into. As she works, I can't help but watch her. There's something about the way she tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, or the small line that forms between her brows when she's focused. Beautiful, I think. Then immediately try to shove the thought aside. I've completely blown off work the last 2 days just so I can focus on her. I'm supposed to want her out of here, to get back to my routine, my life. But then Kona comes barreling through the open front door, and Eden's face lights up in a way that makes all my good intentions scatter. "Come on, Kona!" She laughs, and the Australian shepherd darts around her, playfully nipping at her heels. I lean against the door frame watching them. The walls I've built over the years, brick by brick, seem to crumble a little more with each of her carefree laughs. "Rhen! Come on, save me!" she calls out, pretending to be chased by the dog. Her expression lights the gold in her eyes. I can't help but join in, stepping into the fray. Kona bounds toward me and I ruffle her fur, all the while keeping an eye on Eden. She's breathless, though she looks delighted. "Looks like you could use a break," I say, panting as much as Kona beside me. She nods, still smiling. Yeah, maybe just a quick one. We sit on the front steps, Kona flopping down beside us. I pull out a couple of water bottles from the cooler I've started keeping around. Handing one to Eden, our fingers touch, and it sends a jolt of electricity up my arm. "Thanks," she says, her voice soft. I nod, unable to come up with words. The silence isn't awkward, though. It's comfortable, filled with the sounds of the neighborhood and the distant hum of life going on. "You've been a really great teacher, you know," she says after a moment, breaking the quiet. I shrug, trying to keep it light. "Well, I can't have you blaming me if your spices end up on the floor." She laughs, and it's like music. "I'll only blame you for the good things, I promise." I glance at her, trying to read her expression. Does she feel anything like what's churning inside me? "Only the good things, huh?" "Yeah," she says, meeting my gaze. There's something there, a flicker of emotion I can't name. The moment stretches out, the air charged between us. Kona, oblivious to the human tension, flops onto her back, demanding belly rubs. I give in, scratching her fur. Well, at least one of us is completely carefree, I say with a chuckle. Eden joins in on the belly rubs, and we're both just there, on the steps with the dog and the morning sun warming our backs. It's hard to remember a time when things were simpler, when it was just high school drama and the excitement of what was to come. But as I sit here with Eden, it's like I'm getting a glimpse of that simplicity again. We finish our water and stand, ready to tackle the rest of the day's work. I offer her a hand up and she takes it, her grip strong and sure. "Ready to get back to it?" I ask, not sure if I'm talking about the cabinets or something more. "Always," she replies, and there's a promise in her voice that makes me believe maybe, just maybe, we're on the brink of rediscovering something we thought was lost. We head back inside, Kona trailing behind us. I watch Eden as she picks up her tools, her movements confident and sure. I want to focus on the house, on the renovations. But it's getting harder when all I can think about is the woman working beside me and the possibility that she might just be feeling the same way I do.
Chapter 12. Eden. The sun is just starting to dip low in the sky, bathing the half-finished room in a warm golden glow that somehow makes the dust in the air sparkle like stars. I'm perched on the edge of a newly installed countertop, one leg swinging idly as I watch Rhen wrestle with a stubborn piece of wainscoting. He's all concentration and frowns, the muscles in his arms flexing with the effort. The growl of frustration that escapes him sends a shiver down my spine. Not of fear, but of something entirely more dangerous. "Need a hand?" I ask, trying to keep my voice light and teasing. Despite the way my heartbeat picks up a notch, Rhen doesn't look up, just grunts in response, a sound that rumbles from the depths of his chest. "Nah, I've got it. This old house just likes to argue with me." I hop off the counter and saunter over, unable to resist the pull. "Maybe you're just not using the right words," I chide, giving the wood a solid tap. He shoots me a wry smile. "And what would those words be, Eden?" "Please and thank you," I reply with mock seriousness, placing a hand on my hip. "Manners go a long way, you know." Rhen chuckles, and it's a deep, soulful sound that makes the room seem less empty. "I'll remember that next time I'm sweet-talking a 2x4 into place." I laugh, basking in the easy banter that's become a staple between us. But beneath the levity, there's an undercurrent of something else, something that wasn't there in our younger years. Maybe it's respect or trust, or a kind of kinship that only comes with shared sweat and sawdust. Just then, Lily pokes her head in through the open doorway, the scent of freshly baked cookies wafting in with her. "I thought you two might like a little snack," she says, her voice as warm as the treat she's offering. "Lily, it's good to see you," I say, genuinely grateful for the interruption that allows me to regain my composure as I meet to hug her. "I thought I could pop in for a visit and give you a taste of my best cookies yet." Lily replies and kisses me on the cheek. Rhen takes a cookie, his eyes meeting mine for a split second longer than necessary. Thanks, Lil. You always know when to swoop in. She winks, a mischievous glint in her eye that tells me she's picked up on the tension between us. Just call me the Cookie Fairy, she quips. But I have classes tomorrow. Drop by tomorrow too if you can, I say, through a mouthful of crumbs. I most certainly will, Lily smiles. And once she's made her exit, she calls out, I know my brother's company can be tiring. Rhen sighs, shaking his head, and we both laugh. The moment Lily's gone, the air shifts back to what it was, charged with the unsaid. Rhen and I munch on our cookies, in a silence that's no longer comfortable, but expectant. I need to change the subject, to keep us grounded in the here and now. So, what's the plan for tomorrow? I ask, brushing crumbs off my hands. We tackle the upstairs hallway, he replies, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. It's the last big thing before we can really start fine-tuning the details. The details. The thought of all the tiny finishing touches we'll be working on side by side makes my stomach do a little flip. Sounds like a plan, I manage to say, even as my mind races ahead to what those long days will bring. Rhen nods, his gaze lingering on me a moment too long before he clears his throat. I should probably get this last piece up before we call it a day. I step back, watching as he lines up the wainscoting once more. His confidence, that alpha vibe he's always had, it's still there. But now it's tempered with patience, a kind of careful attention to detail that speaks of the man he's become. As he works, I let my gaze wander over the lines of his face, the set of his jaw. He's more than the boy I remember. He's a man who's seen things, done things, and come back to where it all started. The intensity that rolls off him in waves, it's not just determination or focus. It's something deeper, a passion that's growly and hot and entirely too enticing. From his dark hair to the muscles in his forearms, when he lifts a tool, I find myself ogling him as much as I know the boys do me. Done, Rhen announces, stepping back to admire his handiwork. The piece is flush against the wall, perfect in its placement. Looks great, I say, but my voice is barely above a whisper. I get up and step onto the porch, needing air and to clear my head of thoughts of Rhen. The more time we spend together, the more I catch myself getting lost in the tension between us. It's charged with words left unsaid and a longing that has never dissipated. Yet, it's a dangerous line we're walking. Despite this, I've been enjoying working with him this past week or so. When I go back inside, I can hear Rhen banging around upstairs. I take the moment to look around Aunt Clara's house. She would have loved the way it's coming together, and it's all thanks to Rhen. With a deep breath and renewed determination, I set out to resume working down here. The wall is ready for another coat of paint, but I want to clear it with the crew before I start. I follow the sounds of destruction coming from upstairs. The steps aren't as creaky, and the railing is sturdy in the wall. I smile to myself as a feeling of contentment washes over me. I may not be able to stay here, but Aunt Clara's home is getting the love it deserves. As I round the corner, I freeze in the doorframe. My stomach flips with surprise, and I stifle a gasp. Despite the cold of winter, Rhen's shirt is on the floor, drenched in sweat from his labor and the heat trapped in the upper level of the house. He stands amid the ruins of the old plaster he's been demolishing, his torso glistening with a sheen of perspiration that highlights every ridge and curve of his muscles. It's not just the physical labor that sculpted him. It's years of hands-on work, of battling and building, and it shows. Eden, his voice is a low rumble, pulling my gaze up to his. He's caught me staring, but the corner of his mouth quirks up in a not-quite smirk that sets my heart racing for entirely different reasons. Sorry, I stammer, but he cuts me off with a chuckle. It's all right. Occupational hazard of working without AC, he says, and there's a hint of playfulness in his tone. I force a laugh, trying to regain my composure. I actually came up to ask you a question, but I forgot what it was. My chest heaves as I try to catch my breath. I need to, but I can't pull my eyes away from him. Must have been a good one, he teases, stepping closer. The space between us is tense. The longing rolls off us in waves as we both breathe heavily. It was, I insist, breaking the silence. I'm acutely aware of the heat radiating from his body, even in the cool of the evening. The urge to touch him ripples through my fingers, and I cross my arms over my chest to fight it. He nods, taking a step back and bending to pick up his shirt, giving me a moment to collect my thoughts. Need some help with something? Rhen asks, pulling the shirt back over his head, much to my disappointment. No, I mean, yes, I reply, my mind racing to come up with something, anything to justify my presence. It's just, this place, it's full of surprises. He smiles, a genuine eye-crinkling smile that makes me forget all about the question I need to ask. That it is, he agrees, but we'll tackle them together. Together, I repeat slowly. My voice is low and husky. My heart beats quickly behind my ribs. My breath quickens as we stand here, intently. Neither of us saying anything, not willing to break the spell. I feel a warmth pool low and subtly press my thighs together, willing my mind to form a coherent thought. This is getting intense. The awkwardness between us is long gone, and what remains in its place is something deeper. When I came upstairs, I wasn't expecting to find him shirtless. Still, the way he's looking at me, a hunger flashing behind his eyes, leads me to believe he doesn't mind my staring. And if I'm being honest with myself, I like what I see. Just as I'm wondering which one of us is going to make the first move, Kona's nails clicking in the hallway snap us out of our standstill.
Chapter 13. Rhen. Tonight, I sink into the familiar vinyl booth across from Lily at our favorite diner. The comforting scent of fried food and nostalgia fills the air. Lily's chatting about her day, her words spilling out with the enthusiasm I usually admire. My mind, however, keeps drifting back to Eden. Our encounter earlier today has left me feeling as tangled as the wires I spent hours untangling this morning. I stab at my meatloaf half-heartedly, lost in my thoughts. Earth to Rhen, Lily teases, her voice drawing me from my mental fog. She waves her hand dramatically in front of my face. What's going on in that head of yours? I manage a smile, one I hope reaches my eyes. Just tired, Lil. It's been a long day at the house. She nods, but I can tell she's not buying it. She never does. You and Eden seem to be making a lot of progress. We are, I admit, and for a moment my mind drifts back to Eden in the master bedroom. I had been knocking down some drywall when I noticed her standing in the doorway. Her eyes were wide with surprise as they roamed across my shirtless body. I watched, amused, and admittedly a little turned on as her eye traveled up to mine. The gasp she took when she realized she'd been caught made my heart race. Even now, the tension that was building between us at that moment is like a living thing in my memory. It was raw and unspoken as we both stood there, our chests heaving as the unanswered question rang in the air. Who was going to make the first move? Just as the tension between us threatened to reach its peak again, the sound of paws on the stairs broke the spell as Kona came bounding into the room, covered in sawdust and panting happily. Eden and I both burst out laughing at the sight of her. I'm not even sure what I wanted to happen. All I know is that if Kona hadn't come running in, something was definitely about to happen. The memory is raw in my mind, and I can still feel the way my chest tightened when I realized the moment had passed. Looks like someone had a run-in with the sawdust pile downstairs, I said, reaching out to ruffle Kona's fur. Eden joined me in petting Kona, and as our hands brushed against each other, I felt that familiar spark again. It's as if no time had passed at all, and we were still the same teenagers who fell in love all those years ago. But the moment was fleeting, and as Kona bounded back downstairs, the spell was broken. The sound of Lily's voice breaks through my thoughts of Eden. "Hey, you know I'm always here for you, right? You don't have to carry this all on your own." I nod, grateful for her unwavering support. We've always been close, but ever since Dad passed, we've grown even tighter. A united front against the world. "I know," I tell her. "Thanks, Lil." Our conversation meanders, touching on lighter topics, but my thoughts stubbornly return to Eden. It's like my mind is caught in a loop, replaying the way her gaze had locked onto mine earlier, her eyes full of raw vulnerability. And when she brushed against me, the connection between us felt as tangible as the old oak tree in the town square. Lily arches an eyebrow, studying me closely. "Still thinking about her, I see. You know, you've been acting really weird ever since she came back to town." I sigh, knowing there's no use denying it. "Yeah, it's just complicated." "I see," Lily says. "But have you decided what you're going to do about her then?" "Not yet," I admit, running a hand through my hair. But it's just that being around Eden again has brought up a lot of old feelings. Working on this renovation together isn't helping. "Are you worried about her selling the house?" Lily asks, hitting the nail on the head. "Yeah," I confess. "I mean, I know it's not really any of my business, but the idea of that place being sold to some stranger, I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me." Lily gives me a sympathetic smile. "I get it, Rhen. You've always had a soft spot for that old house. And for Eden, too. As much as I want to deny it, I know Lily sees right through me. I guess I just thought I'd have more time to figure things out," I say, staring into my coffee cup. "Well, maybe this renovation is the perfect opportunity," Lily suggests, her tone encouraging. "Who knows? Maybe Eden's having second thoughts about selling." I shrug, trying not to get my hopes up. "Maybe, but it's not like she's going to change her mind just because I want her to." "You never know," Lily says, a mischievous glint in her eye. Stranger things have happened in Elm Ridge. As I step out of the diner with Lily, the cool night air envelops us, sending a shiver down my spine. My mind is still reeling from our conversation about Eden and the possibility of her having second thoughts about selling the house. I can't help but wonder if Lily might be right, and if there's any chance that my feelings for Eden might be reciprocated. Could this renovation project be the catalyst for something more? Or am I just setting myself up for disappointment? Just as I'm about to start the engine, my phone vibrates in my pocket, interrupting the silence. I pull it out, and my heart nearly stops as I see Eden's name on the screen. A sense of anticipation mixed with dread fills me as I read her message. "Don't be mad." "What is it?" Lily asks, her gaze flicking between me and the phone. I swallow hard, unsure of what to make of Eden's cryptic message. I'm not sure." "Well, what did she say?" "She just said, 'Don't be mad.'" Lily's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "Don't be mad about what? Did you ask her?" I shake my head, my fingers hovering over the keypad. "Not yet. I'm not sure if I want to know." "Rhen, you can't just leave it like that," Lily insists. "You have to ask her what she meant." With a deep breath, I type a reply. "What's going on, Eden? What are you talking about?" As I hit send, a wave of anxiety washes over me. Whatever Eden's about to tell me, I know it's going to change everything. Lily gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze as we wait in silence, the anticipation hanging heavy in the air.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 14. Eden. I'm standing beside Rhen, and we're both staring at the hardwood floor. The silence between us is ringing loudly. He's so quiet, his brow pinched and brooding. It's really not that bad, I insist, trying to break up the tension. Rhen glances at me, and it's clear from the look on his face that he doesn't quite agree with me. I was trying to tidy the room up, and in my haste of pulling a towel off the shelf, I accidentally knocked over a can of paint. It crashed to the floor and spilled everywhere. It's hard to tell from the look on his face how big of a mess I made. He runs his coarse hands through his smooth dark hair and sighs, looking at me. I can only stand there, shrug, and try to look cute. It's my best move. Light yellow paint is now splattered 6 feet in every direction. Last night when I texted Rhen with a picture of the disaster, he only messaged back an ellipsis. I wasn't sure if he'd be upset or furious as to the state of the floor, but today he showed up with new flooring. "We needed it anyway," he had mumbled. With a loud exhale, he and I began working on replacing the floor. Despite the amount of work involved, he's very patient. "Nope, here, like this," he says, showing me the right way to lay the flooring. Every time I do something wrong, he shows me the right way time and time again. It's a lot more fun than I thought it would be, considering I've never replaced flooring in my life, nor did I ever think I would. Every time I think the work we do will be easy, he shows me a way to perfect it, to make it seamless like a true craftsman would do. I can't help but admire the attention he shows every part of this house. No detail is too small. After about 2 hours of barely any work getting done, I glance out the front window and see the first flurries of snow start to fall. "Oh my gosh, Rhen, look!" He glances up, a rubber mallet in hand. While the snow doesn't seem to entice him at all, it sure does for me. I drop what I'm doing, take Kona, and rush outside. With a burst of icy wind, I dart into the white beyond. The snowflakes land in Kona's fur, causing her to shake her head and sneeze. They dance into my hair and eyelashes, melting as soon as they meet the warmth of my skin. The world softens around us. Houses and trees blanketed in a layer of untouched snow. I laugh out loud and twirl, arms open wide to catch the fleeting flakes. Kona bounds excitedly after me, leaving deep crisscrossing tracks in the blanket of white fluff beneath us. "Come on, Rhen," I shout back towards the house, my voice echoing in the eerie quietness of the snowfall. Kona barks her agreement with a wagging butt. I hear a grunt, followed by the muffled thud of tools being put down inside the house. Kona runs around me as I scoop snow and make tiny snowballs for her to chase. Suddenly, a big snowball hits me. I gasp in surprise, laughing as I turn toward the house. There he is, framed in the doorway and squinting at me through flurries. His face is stoic as ever, but there's something in his eyes that betrays his amusement. He steps out onto the porch, one hand up to shield his eyes from the falling snow. "You're going to freeze out here," he calls over the wind. I roll my eyes at him before swooping down to grab a handful of snow. It's cold and wet, sticking to my gloves as I fashion it into a ball. With a wicked grin, I throw it at him. His eyes widen in surprise as it hits him square in the chest, splattering across his jacket. A moment passes before he cracks a smile, shaking his head as he bends to swiftly make a snowball of his own. I squeal with laughter, jumping to the side to avoid his throw, but I'm too slow. The snowball crashes into my side, icy cold through my warm jacket. "You're going to pay for that, Rhen!" I shout, my voice muffled by the still falling snowflakes. I don't wait for a response before I'm scooping up more snow and hurling it in his direction. For a moment, time seems to slow. The snow floats downward around us, dusting our hair and clothes with a shimmering layer of white. There's something magical about these first snowfalls of winter, transforming the familiar world into something new and beautiful. Rhen and I slip into an easy rhythm of throwing and dodging, our laughter ringing out loud and clear against the silent backdrop of the snowy landscape. Kona joins in our game, barking excitedly and bounding through the piling drifts. "Come on out, Eden," Rhen calls, walking down the street with a massive snowball in hand. The look on his face takes me back 1,000 years, to the impish boy who used to tease and flirt with me. The tree I'm hiding behind provides a modicum of protection against his snowballs, but with a burst of courage, I tackle him from behind. We both tumble onto the ground, a tangle of limbs and laughter, as snowflakes cascade down around us. Kona jumps on us excitedly, adding to the chaos. I try to brush off the snow from my face while trying to escape her playful bites. Then we realize how close we are. Rhen's arms tighten around my waist, and all of a sudden, his lips press against mine. I try to jerk away, the sudden escalation taking me by surprise, but his grip tightens, pulling my body against his. His eyes search mine, raw and open. Our breath mingles in the freezing air. I study his face, so close to mine, and the soft smile playing on his lips. His cheeks are flushed from the cold, his hair dusted with snowflakes that melt on contact. He looks as lost as I feel. "Do that again," I whisper, my heart pounding in my chest. His smile deepens and he presses his lips back to mine, his grip tightening against my back as we fall into a rhythm once more, this one far different from our previous combat. The world around us seems to fade into insignificance. The snowfall, the icy wind, and the silent landscape take a back seat to the warmth spreading between us. The kiss is soft and tentative at first, but grows confident as we adjust. Pulling away slightly, I'm met with Rhen's mesmerizing blue eyes, twinkling with an emotion I can't quite name, but recognize all too well in my own heart. A gloved hand presses into the small of my back, pinning my hips to him as the other slips behind my head. He pulls me to him, deepening the kiss with a growling groan. Our breaths are stuttered as the kisses build. The snow continues to fall all around, but neither one of us seems to care. I press myself to him, not ready for this moment to end. His tongue finds mine, warm and searching as my lips part. Every breath I inhale is filled with his scent, making my heart race faster in my chest. The feel of my body against his is familiar and welcoming. A heat spreads through me, despite the snow and cold, and I find myself wishing that this moment could last forever. Chapter 15. Eden. I'm on the ladder, paintbrush in hand, when I hear the familiar creak of the front door. Rhen's here. My heart does a little tap dance, but I keep my focus on the trim, steady strokes disguising the years this room has seen. "You're getting pretty good at that," Rhen calls from below, and I can hear the grin in his voice. I look down and can't help but smile back. "I'm full of surprises," I say, dipping the brush for more paint. He leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching me. Looks like I might be out of a job soon? I feign shock, my hand on my chest. You mean I'm not just your charity case anymore? He chuckles, and I think, mission accomplished. But I can't just let go of our banter yet. Is everything okay, Rhen? I didn't know your mouth could turn in the opposite direction. His smile fades into a mock frown, and I can't contain my laughter. There it is. It's back to normal. He shakes his head, but he's still fighting back a smile. Keep it up, and I'll start charging you for comedy shows. I descend the ladder, swiping a bit of paint on my jeans. I'll pay you in coffee and sarcasm, deal? It's a deal, he agrees. And for a moment we just stand there, sharing an understanding that feels like the start of something great. We move to the living room, my sanctuary in the chaos of renovation with its half-finished walls and drop cloths, the evidence of our hard work. Rhen stands next to me. Why don't we start installing the new light fixtures? That's a great idea. I beam, watching Rhen grab the fixtures. He then stops in front of me, handing me the fixture and a screwdriver, our fingers brushing in the exchange, and I can't help but feel a spark jolt through me. I figured you'd want to do the honors. Rhen offers a smile as I take the items. Kona chooses this moment to nudge between us, breaking the tension with her signature butt wag. Rhen laughs, and I can't help but join in, grateful for the interruption. Here, let me help you up, Rhen offers, as I approach the ladder with the new fixture. His hands are warm on my waist as he steadies me. I climb, acutely aware of his gaze following my ascent. I'm reaching up to secure the fixture, stretching as far as I can, when my foot slips. My heart leaps into my throat and I'm falling backward, but I don't hit the ground. Rhen's there, his arms catching me, pulling me tight against him. We're close, too close. I can feel his breath on my face and see the concern in his eyes. Got you, he murmurs, and I'm suddenly aware of his strength, the security of his hold. I'm acutely aware of the way his hand curls behind my thigh and the other grips my waist. His chest is solid against me, and my heart races nervously. Thanks, I whisper, my voice barely audible. I'm in his arms, and it's awkward but undeniably charged with something more. As he sets me down, I step back and try to collect myself. I catch him looking back at me, his eyes lingering just a little too long, confirming that it's not just my imagination, that something is simmering between us. I quickly look away, feeling my face warm. Who says hot, demanding, and brooding isn't the perfect combo? Certainly not my traitorous heart. When a knock comes to the door, my heart sinks. How am I supposed to know what could happen between us with all these interruptions? Kona barks, her alarm echoing through the now silent house. From the window, I can see Mayor Caldwell's car. I groan with frustration, growing tired of his constant inspection and persuasion. Rhen and I exchange a knowing glance. As I start to move to the front door, Rhen stops me. Stay here, I'll handle it, he says, his voice carrying that commanding tone that sends a shiver down my spine. From the front of the house, I hear raised voices. Rhen's voice is firm and unyielding, while the other is smooth and persuasive. Mayor Caldwell's attempts to charm his way past Rhen are met with the immovable force of a man protecting his turf. You need to leave, Mayor. This isn't a good time. Rhen's voice is stern. I just want to talk to Eden and see how she's handling everything, Caldwell replies, his tone slick as oil. We're handling it fine without any interference, thank you, Rhen counters. There's a tense pause, and then the sound of the door closing. Rhen returns to the kitchen, his jaw set in a hard line. That man has the timing of a vulture, he mutters, then looks at me. Are you okay? I force a smile, but it's brittle at the edges. I'm fine, just tired of him constantly showing up, I say with a sigh. Well, he's gone now, he says gruffly, his frown returning to its rightful spot in his face. Thanks to you, I say with a grateful smile. I take a deep breath, diverting my focus to shuffle through the papers on the kitchen counter, pulling out the designs for the final renovation touches. Here, I say, handing Rhen the sketches. These were my plans for the dining room. Rhen studies them, his brow furrowed in concentration. These look great, Eden. You've got a real talent for this. His praise sends a warm glow through me. Deep down, I agree. It just feels nice to hear it from him, too. Thanks. I just hope we get to see them come to life, I reply, trying to keep the worry from my voice. We will, he assures me with a confidence I wish I could mirror. How about you come over to my place for dinner tomorrow night? We can go over these in peace and make a list of what we need to order. The invitation catches me off guard. Dinner at Rhen's place feels like a step into a more personal territory, blurring lines that maybe shouldn't be blurred. But the idea of an evening away from the chaos, discussing plans with him over a meal, is undeniably appealing. As much as I want to accept, I'm not sure if I should.
Chapter 16. Rhen. I'm running around my house trying to make sure it looks presentable for tonight. I'm not a slob, but tidy isn't exactly a word I'd use to describe myself. I shove a pile of hoodies off the sofa and kick the pile to a corner. I vacuum the cushions for probably the first time ever. It's an embarrassing and eye-opening moment for me. It's been 10 years since Eden, and I've somehow turned into some kind of hermit with the housekeeping of a frat boy in the meantime. Kona runs circles around me and barks at the vacuum as I run it through the house. I even take the time to wipe down every visible surface. The dust has been collecting for some time now. With that finished, I grab the pile of clothes and throw them in the washer. The next stop is the kitchen. I groan, running my fingers through my hair as I eye takeout boxes strewn everywhere. Random water glasses and half-dishes water bottles litter the counters. This is ridiculous, I grumble, but I have only myself to blame. I grab a trash bag and swipe everything off the counter, cups and all. I know it's lazy, but I'm running out of time. I make my way through the rest of the house, cleaning and tidying up the odds and ends that scream bachelor pad. I tear through my closet trying to find something nice to wear and settle on the faithful shirt I wear every once or twice a year when I need to look nice. I hold it up in front of me, thinking this will have to do. I quickly run through the shower, my nerves starting to pick up as the clock ticks closer to Eden's arrival. My mind wanders to the other day in the snow as I button up my shirt. I feel the stirrings of something familiar when I think of the way she felt pressed on top of me. Kissing her was unexpected, but she was right in front of me. I didn't think. I just acted, and I'm not entirely sure I regret it. I do one last sweep of the living room, making sure it's pulled together. It's not like Eden hasn't been in this house 100 times before, but things are different now. I straighten a throw pillow on the couch, then grimace at myself. Get a grip, man! My eyes land on the photos over the fireplace mantel. There's an old snapshot of Mom and Dad, all smiles and happy as can be before everything went sideways. Next to it is Lily at her college graduation last spring, looking so proud in her cap and gown. Then there's the one from senior prom. Eden and I, my arm locked around her waist as we slow danced. She was blazing bright that night, lit up with enough excitement to take on the whole damn world. I remember how gutted I felt when we ended, convinced I'd never love another woman as much as I loved her back then. Speaking of, I glance at my watch. She'll be here in half an hour. I head for the kitchen, confirming my plans for the evening. I've got all the ingredients for the pasta I'm whipping up. Cooking's always been a way to settle my nerves. As I line up the items, I can't stop flashing back to working on the renovations with Eden these past couple of weeks. I remember the casual graze of her hand as we installed cabinets together. I can still smell her warm, subtle floral scent surrounding me when I steadied her on that ladder. I can picture the proud grin she shot me after mastering the circular saw like a pro. I shake my head and get started chopping vegetables. This is just two old friends having dinner to go over design stuff. Except Eden was a hell of a lot more than some casual friend way back when. And some part of me can't help wondering if those old feelings are going to come roaring back now that she's here again. My phone buzzes on the counter and I groan when I see it's Lily FaceTiming. She's got impeccable timing as always. Well, if it isn't Mr. Tall, Dark, and Flustered, she sing-songs as soon as I accept the call. What's got you all riled up this evening? I make a face at her, angling the camera away from my chopping. None of your business, Nosy Nelly. Oh, I think it is my business when my big brother looks constipated. Her grin turns devious. Unless a certain curly-haired bombshell is involved. Busted. I let out a heavy sigh, knowing there's no getting around this one. Eden's coming over to discuss the renovation, okay? It's not a big deal. Lily cackles loudly enough that I have to pull the phone away from me. Not a big deal. This is Eden that we're talking about. Your one true love. The woman you've been hopelessly pining over for the last decade. I have not been pining, I interrupt, feeling my ears burn. We're just reconnecting as friends. Uh-huh. Sure. The look she gives me is pure disbelief. Is that why you're making your famous homemade pasta that takes hours? For a casual friend's dinner? Damn, she's got me there. I scratch the back of my neck awkwardly. I just wanted to do something nice, okay? Lily's expression softens then. Rhen, I'm just busting your balls because I love you, man. We both know Eden wasn't just some fling. Before I can respond, there's a knock at the door. I shoot a panicked look at my sister's smirking face. She's here. I gotta go. At least try not to drool all over her this time, Lily shouts as I hang up and stuff my phone away. Taking a deep breath, I head to let her in. I stuff my phone back in my pocket, taking a steadying breath before pulling open the front door. And there she is, Eden, looking as radiant as ever, those warm, golden eyes locked on mine. Hey, I manage, reminding myself to relax. This is just Eden. No big deal. A soft smile curves her lips. Hi. Sorry I'm a little early. I just couldn't wait any longer for whatever's smelling so heavenly. I leave it to Eden to diffuse any awkwardness with her easy charm. I feel myself automatically returning her smile as I step aside. Well, don't just stand there. Get in here. She breezes past me into the living room, eyes roaming around in that curious way of hers. My gaze lingers perhaps a little too long on the gentle sway of her hips as she moves. This place hasn't changed a bit, Eden remarks, trailing a finger along the edge of the well-worn sofa. So many memories crash into me at once, lounging there with her for movie marathons, making out lazily between study sessions. I give myself an internal shake, forcing my mind back to the present. Yeah, well, why mess with a good thing? I shoot her a look over my shoulder as I head for the kitchen. Make yourself at home. Want anything to drink? A beer would be great if you have one, she calls back. I can't help but grin a little to myself. She always did have excellent taste. I grab 2 bottles from the fridge, using the door to disguise myself, taking a moment to compose my thoughts. Get it together, Rhen. This is your chance to prove you can be around Eden as just friends now. No matter how tempting those big brown eyes or the hints of familiarity in my own home might be, we're older and wiser. This is just 2 friends catching up after a lifetime apart. Squaring my shoulders, I head back to rejoin Eden in the living room, our drinks in hand. Just 2 friends hanging out. No biggie. Right? I set our beers down on the coffee table and ease onto the couch next to Eden, leaving a careful amount of space between us. Up close, I can make out the light dusting of freckles across her nose that used to drive me crazy. So, I begin, clearing my throat. The renovation is really coming along. You must be excited to finally be putting your stamp on the old place. Eden tears her eyes away from trailing along the familiar photos on my mantel to meet my gaze. I am, she admits with a small smile. Though I'll admit, it wasn't quite as easy as I anticipated when I first got back to Elm Ridge. Something in her expression looks almost wistful. I can't help but press a little. Oh, yeah? How's that? She lets out a breathy laugh, shaking her head. I don't know, I guess I expected it to feel more like home than it has, if that makes any sense. I can't believe how nervous I am. I can smell my sauce on the stove. I should check it. But I know if I keep her talking, there's a chance I just might get to kiss her again. Eden tucks a loose curl behind her ear. That place just dredged up a lot of old memories. Some good, but also a lot of unfinished business. I supply knowingly when she trails off. Our eyes lock, a charged silence stretching between us. There's so much history there, so many what-ifs and maybes left unanswered after all these years. Then Eden's face splits into a wry grin, eyes sparkling in a way that has my chest doing funny things. But working on this with you has actually been really great. Who knew you'd turn into such a professional fix-it guy? I bark out a surprised laugh at that, feeling myself relax. This easy cadence between us is somehow still second nature, even after a decade apart. Hey, I'll have you know I've always been extremely skilled with my hands, I tease right back, wiggling my eyebrows exaggeratedly. Eden rolls her eyes so hard that I worry they might get stuck that way. Of course, you had to make it dirty. She chuckles, giving me a light shove. That's what she said, I say, bracing myself when she smacks me in the shoulder. Just like that, the ice is broken, the tension melting back into our old familiar banter, like no time has passed at all. We stay like that for a while, trading jokes and swapping childhood stories from Elm Ridge as I plate up the pasta and fresh bread I prepared earlier. It's not until we're nearly done eating that a lull settles over us again, the atmosphere shifting into something heavier. You know, Eden begins slowly, grabbing her beer to take a swig. I wasn't sure coming back here was the right call at first, but spending this time with you again, Rhen, it's reminded me of what I loved most about this place to begin with. Something sparks behind her eyes as they hold my gaze steadily. My throat feels abnormally thick as I try to swallow around the emotions churning inside me. Yeah? I manage roughly. And, what's that? Her smile is soft, with warm affection brimming behind it, in a way that has my heart clenching powerfully in my chest. You. I open my mouth to respond, but the words catch in my throat as the lights suddenly flicker and go out, plunging us into darkness. A surprised yelp escapes Eden as the house falls eerily silent, save for the howling winds of the snowstorm raging outside. My phone starts ringing, the shrill tone cutting through the tension. I fumble for it, catching Eden's concerned look in the glow of the screen as I answer. It's from the neighborhood watch. The gruff voice relays something indistinct over the roaring winds, but the dread sinking into my gut says it all. Copy that, I mutter grimly, ending the call. Eden's knee brushes against mine as she leans closer, eyes wide with trepidation. Rhen? I steel myself, the weight of the news leaving me momentarily speechless. Finally, I meet her questioning gaze, my voice heavy. I have some bad news.
Chapter 17. Eden. Looks like I'm stuck here. We're hunkered down in the dark in Rhen's living room, riding out the sudden power outage. I can barely see my hand in front of my face, let alone the exit I was mentally calculating. Looks like a tree took out the power line. Rhen's voice is calm, a stark contrast to the drumming of my heart. I fumble for my phone. Its screen casts a blue light in the room. I should try to get home before it gets any worse. Eden, Rhen's tone is laced with concern. The roads are a mess. There was a crash when that tree came down. It's blocking the road. You won't get far. I bite my lip, the rebellious part of me not fully convinced. I have to try, Rhen. I can't just stay. He sighs. At least wait until the storm lets up a bit. But I am already pulling on my coat, the cold fabric a match for the chill setting in my bones. I'll be fine. I have to be. I step outside and the wind howls loudly as I make my way down the street, the snow crunching beneath my boots. I don't get far. 2 houses down, the flashing lights of a patrol car paint the night in urgent tones. "Ma'am, you need to turn around. Road's blocked, and it's not safe," the officer shouts over the wind. I squint into the blizzard. The outline of the fallen tree barricades the road like some giant's game of pickup sticks. There's no getting around it. Frustration and a reluctant acceptance war within me, but to no avail. There's only one winner when Mother Nature gets involved. Like it or not, I have to go back. I can imagine the look on Rhen's face from here, with wind turning my nose to ice. But with every whip of wind against my skin, I feel less picky about my surroundings. If Mayor Caldwell pulled up in his big car right now, I'd dive in before anyone could stop me. Trudging back to Rhen's place, I push open the door. The warmth swarms me with the scent of pine and a hint of his cologne. With the fire blazing in his wood-burning stove, I feel instantly better. "You were right," I admit, shaking the snow from my hair. "I'm stuck here." Thankfully, he doesn't gloat. He just sighs, shaking his head, pushing me towards the only heat in the room. He leaves for a moment, coming back with blankets from a closet. "Looks like it, but we'll make the best of it," he says, giving me a hopeful smile as he opens one and places it around my shoulders. There's no missing the undercurrent in his words, a mix of history and something new. And despite myself, a part of me is curious to see where this unexpected night might lead. I collapse onto Rhen's couch, still shivering, and pull out my phone to text Harper. The screen's glow feels like my only connection to normalcy as I type. "Stuck at Rhen's. Tree down. No power. Can you believe this?" Almost instantly, Harper's response pops up, the notification bubble like a lifeline. It's fate, Eden. Mother Nature's playing matchmaker. I let out a reluctant laugh, the sound strange in the quiet, dark room, while my eyes adjust to the light. Looking around, I think it's not so bad here. It could use a woman's touch and maybe a throw pillow or two. But he clearly made an effort when he invited me for dinner. Rhen lights a few candles before sitting down, with his eyes on me. I remember the way he wrapped me up from the cold, the way he rubbed his hands vigorously up and down my arms. I realized that despite appearances, this place is strange to me. This isn't quite the place we used to hang out. This isn't quite the Rhen I remember. He raises an eyebrow from across the room, like he feels that I'm thinking about him. A smile draws on my cheeks, and I think he's cute like this, where it's too dark to read me. "What's funny?" he asks, coming over and draping another thick blanket around my legs. "Oh, it's just Harper," I say, tucking my feet under the warmth. "She thinks it's fate that I'm stuck here with you." I give him a playful smile, as my thoughts stray to being here, in the dark, with Rhen, all night long. Rhen chuckles, a low, warm sound. Well, Harper's not the worst person to take advice from. She might be on to something. My cheeks warm at his words. My mind begins trying to anticipate the way the night will play out. I can't help the underlying nervous excitement that being here fills me with. My phone buzzes again. "Stay warm, and who knows, maybe you'll rekindle more than just the fireplace. Stay safe, E." The words make my stomach flutter with a mixture of nerves and something I don't quite want to name. I watch as Rhen tends to the fire, his silhouette outlined by the flickering flames. I feel the room grow perceptibly warmer, and I'm not entirely sure it's just from the crackling wood. His movements are practiced and methodical as his toned arms stoke the flames. My cheeks heat at the view of the man in front of me. Maybe the universe does have it out for me, but if I'm going to be stuck here, There's worse places and worse views I could be stuck with. Kona, as if sensing my internal storm, nestles close to me, her warm fur against my leg a grounding force. I stroke her head, the rhythmic motion calming my racing thoughts. You always had a way with fire, I say, my voice softer than I intended, watching Rhen's back as he works the poker into the flames. He glances over his shoulder, a half smile playing on his lips as he closes the glass grate. Some things never change, Eden. I remember you used to love watching the flames. Said it made you feel like you could dream up anything. I let out a sigh, looking into the licking heat. Yeah, well, I had a lot of dreams back then. Rhen turns to face me fully, his eyes locking with mine. Maybe it's not too late to chase them, he says, and the simple sincerity in his voice wraps around me as warmly as the blanket around me. In that moment, with the fire's glow enveloping us and Kona's comforting presence by my side, the impossibility of it all seems a little less daunting. Maybe, just maybe, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. The fire crackles. The comforting snaps and pops fill the otherwise silent room. Rhen and I sit on opposite ends of the couch, an ocean of unspoken words lingering between us. So, Eden, Rhen's voice breaks the silence. Ever think about those days by the lake, when our biggest worry was whether we'd get caught skipping stones during Mr. Henderson's class? I laughed despite the nervous lump in my throat. Yeah, those were simpler times, weren't they? Rhen shifts, pinning with a thoughtfully intense gaze. You ever regret leaving? I hesitate, the question piercing deeper than I expected in the shadowed room. Sometimes, I confess. But I had dreams, you know, dreams that this small town couldn't hold. He nods slowly, the orange light casting shadows across his face. I had dreams too. My dream was us, Eden. But you were like a comet, meant for bigger skies. The raw honesty in his voice sends shivers down my spine that had nothing to do with the blizzard outside. And you, Rhen, what about your dreams now? He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his face half hidden. I guess they're still the same. But dreams adapt, don't they? They change shape, with or without us. I feel the weight of his words, heavy with meaning, hanging in the air. Maybe they do, I murmur, my own dreams suddenly feeling as distant as the stars outside the snow-streaked window. Our eyes meet, and for a heartbeat, it's as if nothing has changed, as if the years hadn't stretched out between us, like the miles I'd put behind me when I left. The tension is a living thing, a third presence in the room that wraps around us, binding and pulling in equal measure. It is the tension of what was, what could have been, and the infinite possibilities that lay buried beneath a blanket of snow and time. The silence hangs between us, laden with the unsaid. I draw a deep breath, finding courage in the dancing flames. Do you ever wonder, what if we had made different choices? He turns to look at me, his eyes searching mine in the dim light. Every day. But wondering doesn't change where we are now, does it? The truth of his words are a poignant reminder of reality. And as the wind howls outside, I can't help but feel that the storm has brought us to the cusp of something that frightens and excites me all at once. Rhen clears his throat, regaining his gruff composure. He eyes me with a challenge. How about a game to pass the time? He suggests a playful edge to his voice. Something to take our minds off the storm. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you have in mind? He rummages through a drawer and pulls out a deck of cards. Ever played poker? I smirk at him, falling into easy banter. Prepare to lose. His laugh rumbles from deep within his chest. We'll see about that. As we deal the cards and lay our bets, The atmosphere shifts. With each hand, Wren's gruff exterior softens, and our banter grows light and teasing. The competitive spark ignites a flirtatious mood between us. "You're bluffing," I accuse with a smile, catching his eye. Wren's gaze holds mine, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Am I? Or maybe I've just got a good poker face. I lean closer, the space between us charged with a new energy. Guess I'll just have to call your bluff then. As the game progresses, our laughter fills the room, echoing of a past where everything was simpler. With each round, the stakes grow higher, not just in chips, but in the glances and smiles we're exchanging. What I love most about playing with Rhen now is that I know all his tells, the way his eyes flit when he has a good hand, and the way his fingers twiddle the cards when the hand is bad. I have the power from where I sit to let him win or lose. Finally, he lays down his cards triumphantly. "Full house," he declares, a proud grin tugging at his lips. He's cute when he wins. I throw down my cards in mock frustration. "You win, Rhen. Again." He chuckles, but as he reaches to gather the cards and our hands touch, the contact sends a jolt through me, and our laughter fades. Slowly, Rhen leans in, his breath warm against my cheek. "Eden," he whispers, and the sound of my name on his lips is all it takes. Our eyes lock, the teasing and laughter forgotten. Then, in an intense moment that seems both inevitable and impossible, our lips meet in a kiss that holds years of questions, answers, and the sweet taste of what could be. Chapter 18. Eden. The kiss is gentle at first, hesitant as slowly our hands find each other. The poker game long forgotten. My heart beats nervously in my chest. Is this really happening? My hand cups the side of his face, pulling him to me. His stubble is rough against my skin, but I don't care. This is Rhen. He's warm and familiar, and that heat begins to spread and settle between my thighs. My breath catches in my chest, making my lips part slightly. Rhen takes advantage of the opening, slipping his tongue against mine, exploring me with more than just his hands. The fire roars in the hearth, the warmth intensifying the passion brewing between us. Each kiss, each sigh, each touch drives me wild with anticipation. Rhen trails kisses from my lips down my throat, making me squirm in anticipation. "I want you," I gasp. Rhen pulls back, his eyes darkening with desire, before bringing his mouth back down on mine. The kiss leaves me breathless. The years of wondering and longing spill from the part of me that keeps them locked away. "Are you sure?" he murmurs, his voice low and husky. "Yes," I breathe, not wanting this moment to stop. With that, he whisks me off my feet, bringing me down in front of the fire on the plush pillows and blankets he pulled out earlier. He lays me down gently, as if I were made of fragile porcelain that might shatter under his touch. His kisses leave trails of fire wherever they land. My skin tingles wherever his lips touch, and my heart pounds in my chest like a wild animal trying to escape its cage. His touch is intoxicating, both tender and demanding. Rhen is pulling me under, drowning me in a sea of sensation that threatens to sweep me away. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 19. Eden. When I wake up the next morning, tangled in a makeshift bed of blankets and pillows on Rhen's living room floor, the first thing I notice is the silence. The storm has passed. I sit up, stretch, and peer through the window to see Rhen and another neighbor sawing away at the remnants of the fallen tree. Elm Ridge is unrecognizable, covered in a thick white blanket. Looking out, I see the bullet I dodged when I decided to turn back. I was lucky. I had a fire and Rhen to keep me warm all night long. Emergency trucks line the street while kids enjoy the surroundings with snowmen and sleds. I could lay here in this blanket all day, just watching an ordinary snow day in my hometown. But watching Rhen take charge of the men and chainsaws outside, I feel drawn to emerge from my cozy cocoon. Looks like the great tree blockade is finally being lifted, I think, watching as the men work to clear the path, the buzz of the chainsaw punctuating the quiet morning. I grab my clothes and dress. Last night is still fresh in my mind, and I need some air and a shower. Once I'm dressed, I straighten up the pillow palette and fold the blankets, thinking of the way they felt brushing against my skin last night. I can still feel Rhen's hands and the way they took control. I take a deep breath and head out the front door to my car, giving Rhen a smile and a wave as I leave. I roll down the window as he walks over. "Heading home?" he asks. His voice is softer than usual as he leans halfway into the window. "Yeah, I need a shower and some clean clothes," I say with a shy smile. His proximity to me is making me nervous. I can smell him, all woodsy, masculine, and something else too. A little bit of me clings to him, like a token of the night we had together. His hand reaches out to tuck a stray curl behind my ear. The gesture gives me a fluttering sensation in my stomach, making my breath catch in my throat. With a stern nod, he steps back a bit. "Be careful, there's some icy patches out there." "I will," I reply softly. The commanding tone of his voice gives me goosebumps, and I hate that I like it. "I will," I say before I pull away and head home. Once I'm showered and changed back at my Aunt Clara's house, I head downstairs. There's a noise outside, and when I look through the peephole, Rhen is standing at my doorstep with breakfast in one hand and Kona's leash in the other. The sight of him, so unexpected and yet so right, makes my heart skip a beat. I quickly open the door as my heart races excitedly. "Breakfast?" I ask, grinning as Kona bounds up to greet me, her whole body wagging in excitement. Rhen's face breaks into a smile and he holds up the bag. "Figured we could use a proper meal after last night." I laugh, stepping aside to let them in. "You really don't have to." "I know," he interrupts, his voice soft yet certain. "But I want to." Kona races around the living room as Rhen unpacks the breakfast he'd brought, the aroma of freshly baked pastries and rich, savory eggs filling the kitchen. I raised an eyebrow in surprise, still standing in the doorway. "Since when did you become a master chef?" I tease, taking a seat at the kitchen table. He shrugs, a bashful pride in his eyes as he sets the table. "Well, I normally have to fend for myself. Turns out I'm not half bad in the kitchen when I actually try." I chuckle, helping myself to a croissant. "That's an understatement. This is miles from that disaster you whipped up on the school trip." The memory sparks laughter between us. We had been on a hiking trip, and after getting lost, hunger had driven Rhen to attempt cooking over a campfire. The result was a charred concoction that was barely recognizable as food. "Yeah, I think even the wildlife stayed away because of the smell," Rhen admits with a grin. "But look at me now, eh?" I nod, taking a bite of the delicious omelet he made. I'm impressed. This is actually worth the energy of chewing. We start to eat, the easy conversation flowing as we reminisce about old times. As I look around the half-renovated house, a sense of contentment settles over me. The place still needs a bit more work, but it's feeling more like home now than in a long time. Finishing our meal, I stand up, energized. Well, Mr. Culinary Expert, how do you feel about picking up where we left off with these renovations? Rhen wipes his mouth with a napkin and stands, his eyes matching my determination. I think that's the best idea I've heard all day. As we shuffle around each other, fixing up the old place, we're like magnets. I can't ignore the electric buzz every time we accidentally touch. It's like every brush of our hands sends a jolt straight to my heart. When Rhen reaches over me to paint the trim, his arm grazes mine, and it's like I'm hyper-aware of every point of contact. I'm painting this old cabinet, the bristles scratching against the wood, and he's there steadying it with a hand that brushes against my hip. "Sorry," he mumbles, but there's this twinkle in his eye that makes me think he's not all that sorry. Honestly, I'm not either. We're measuring out where to hang some new shelves, and our fingers keep bumping, lingering a little too long. It's playful, kind of flirty, the way his hand lingers on my waist as he moves around me, or the way he steadies me with both hands when I stumble, carrying tools. I find myself stealing glances at him when he's not looking. The way his hair falls just so over his forehead. The way he bites his lip when concentrating. I never noticed all these little things before. Or maybe I just forgot. Back in the city, I was always on edge, like I was holding my breath waiting for the next wave of stress to hit. But here with Rhen, in this sleepy town, I'm exhaling for the first time in years. I'm laughing more and feeling lighter with every passing day. Maybe it's Elm Ridge and being back home. Or maybe it's Rhen, filling the space I've left open just for him. As we take a break, sipping lemonade on the porch, I let myself daydream about staying. It'd be so easy just to slip back into this life, to save cash, to ditch the city's chaos. And then there's Rhen, with those deep-set blue eyes that always seem to find mine. I don't know when it happens, but somewhere between the paint splatters and sawdust, I realize I don't want to do the whole leaving thing again, not when staying feels like coming home. There I am, lost in this haze of what-ifs and maybes, when Kona comes bounding into the room. She drops a slobber-covered tennis ball at my feet, bowing down as her butt wags in the air. And just like that, all my swirling thoughts get pushed to the back burner. "All right, Kona, you win," I say with a laugh, picking up the ball and tossing it down the hallway. She takes off after it, her paws thudding against the wooden floor, and I turn back to the task at hand. We've managed to make a decent dent in the renovations. The living room now has a fresh coat of paint, the color warm and inviting, and the shelves we've been measuring are finally up, looking like they've always belonged there. Rhen's eyeing them with a critical squint, but I can tell he's proud of our work. My eyes follow him as he moves about measuring and leveling the shelves with determination. The flex of his muscles beneath his shirt catches my eye, and I can't seem to look away. He catches me staring and shoots me a knowing smile and a wink, making me laugh from where I sit on the floor. Suddenly, Rhen's phone cuts through the quiet. Rhen excuses himself and answers the call in the next room. I try to keep busy, straightening the tools we've been using, but I can't help but overhear fragments of his tense conversation. His voice is low, the words indistinct, but there's an edge to his tone that I've never heard before. When he comes back, there's a crease between his brows that wasn't there before, and his smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. "I need to step out for a moment," he says, trying to sound nonchalant. I nod, trying to keep my voice light. "Everything okay?" He hesitates, and for a split second his mask slips. "Yeah, it's fine," he says, but his voice is tight, and he avoids my gaze, focusing instead on Kona, who's picked up on the tension and is watching him with concerned doggy eyes. I watch him grab his jacket and disappear from view. I'm left standing here with a gnawing sense of uncertainty. Kona whines, nudging my hand for reassurance, and I automatically reach down to pet her, though I'm the one who's unsettled. What could be so important that he'd leave so suddenly? Who was on the phone? I'm filled with a sense of unease, the suspense gnawing at me. The house feels bigger suddenly, emptier. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 20. Rhen. I thumb the call button again, pressing the phone tight against my ear. The lawyer picks up almost immediately, the concern in his voice mirroring mine. Look, Rhen, he starts. This company, they're strategic. The properties they're picking up, they're not just random plots. It's like they're circling the town, creating a monopoly of sorts. I furrow my brow, trying to picture the map of the town in my mind, the locations of the recent sales. What are you saying? Like they're trying to... What? Corner the market here. Maybe, he says, hesitating. Or they could be planning something larger. Development, perhaps? It's hard to say without more information. I lean against the cold brick wall, feeling the chill seep through my jacket. The sense of unease is growing. And Caldwell, what's his role in this? That's what's weird, my lawyer replies. His name is on the contracts, but it's like he's just a middleman. The question is, why use him at all, and why so covertly? A gust of wind whips through, and I shiver, not just from the cold. All right, keep digging. I need to know who we're dealing with. This is my town. These are my people. I'm not going to let some faceless company come in and... The lawyer cuts me off. I understand, Rhen. I'm on it. But be careful. We don't know how deep this goes or who's involved. I nod to myself, the gravity of the situation settling in. Thanks. Call me the minute you find something. Anything. I glance back through the rain towards the house where Eden waits. I can't involve her, not yet. I need to protect her from whatever's coming. But how do you shield someone from a storm you don't understand? With a deep breath, I steel myself and start making my way back. I've got to play it cool. Can't let Eden know there's a storm brewing on the horizon, not until I've got a handle on it. But as I walk, the knot in my stomach tightens. This is bigger than a storm, bigger than us, and it's coming fast. Listen, I say into the phone, redialing my lawyer's number. I need you to comb through every detail. Anything that connects Caldwell or this mystery company to, well, to anything that doesn't look right. I can almost hear his nod on the other end. You got it, Rhen. I'll pull in a few favors and see what I can unearth. This is unusual, but we'll get to the bottom of it. Thanks, I reply, my voice firm. But inside, I'm anything but. Keep me posted. I hang up, a sigh escaping my lips as I tuck my phone away. My stomach growls, reminding me that it's not just my town's future that needs tending to, but also the present, like the fact that Eden and I haven't eaten since breakfast. I jog to the little deli down the street, the one with the best pastrami sandwiches you'll ever taste. It's a small comfort, but right now I'll take it. The bell above the door jingles as I enter. The owner, Marcy, looks up from the counter with a smile. "Rhen! Good afternoon, what can I get you?" "Hey, Marcy, 2 of the usual, please. And throw in a couple of those chocolate chip cookies, you know, Eden loves." Marcy smiles, her hands already at work. "Sure thing, Rhen. You 2 hold up with the renovations today?" "We are," I confirm. "Well, nothing like a good sandwich after some hard work. Give me a few minutes." I nod my thanks and take a seat. The deli smells like home, like comfort, but my mind is elsewhere, turning over every possible scenario that could unfold from this mess. Eden's probably wondering what's keeping me. I need to get back soon, play it cool, act like it's nothing. But in the back of my mind, I know that a storm is still on the horizon. Marcy hands me my order and I hurry back to Eden. She greets me with a concerned smile, and I hand her the sandwiches with an apologetic smile. "Sorry it took so long," I say, heading to the living room to light a fire. The cold has seeped into the house. I brush past her, trailing my hand along her lower back as I do. Moments later, the firelight flickers, casting a warm, dancing glow over the renovated living room as Eden and I sit cross-legged on the plush rug, our lunch spread out between us. Between my craftsmanship and her touches, the whole room looks like more than it did before. It isn't just a Reno project anymore. It's a picture of us. We pieced this room together in a vision we shared. My mind breaks to thoughts of Aunt Clara, who I imagine would be proud that we did this together. "So," Eden starts, breaking a piece of her sandwich off and eyeing me with that playful look in her eye. "How many sandwiches did you charm out of Marcy this time?" I chuckle, shaking my head, just enough to feed the army that I know you're hiding somewhere in this house. But I made sure to secure extra cookies as a bribe, so you'll forgive me for the mud I tracked in. She laughs, her head thrown back, and it's a sound that rings through the room, warming me more than the fire ever could. "It's going to take more than cookies to make up for that mud, mister. Maybe doing the dishes for a week." I pretend to ponder it, taking a dramatic bite of my sandwich. A week? That's some expensive mud. How about 2 days and I throw in a foot massage? "Deal," she fires back quickly, a little too quickly, and I narrow my eyes at her. "You were after that foot massage all along, weren't you?" She winks, biting into her sandwich with a satisfied grin. "You know it, and you fell right into my trap." We laugh together, the sound mingling with the crackling of the logs. For a moment, the worries about the mayor and Caldwell's plans seem miles away. Eden's gaze softens as she looks at me, a crumb of bread on her lip. I reach over to brush it away, my hand lingering on her cheek. Her hand covers mine, her golden eyes reflecting the fire's flame, but filled with a fiercer warmth. My phone buzzes from the coffee table. It's my lawyer. I tell Eden it's probably nothing, just to keep her from worrying. But the moment I see the caller ID, my gut clenches at the news waiting for me on the other side. If it's serious, I won't be able to keep it from Eden. "Hey, what's up?" I answer, trying to sound casual as I step away into the kitchen. "Rhen, you sitting down? I've got news," my lawyer says. And suddenly I'm very aware that I'm not sitting down. I lean heavily against the counter. "Hit me with it," I reply, bracing myself. "It's Caldwell. They're squeezing the town dry, Rhen. Real estate tyranny. They want your place, too. They're planning to scare Eden into selling peanuts, then flip it for a mint." I grip the counter so hard my knuckles go white. They can't do that. It's not just some investment property, it's her home. "Exactly, but they are hungry for it. They've been playing this game for a while, gobbling up properties, hiking up the costs, driving folks out." My head's spinning. Caldwell. The man's practically an institution in this town. I can't say that I love the man, but that doesn't mean I saw him capable of something like this. I feel like I've been sucker punched. And it's personal now. Not just because of my growing feelings for Eden, but because this is about my town, my home, my sense of right and wrong. All right, I say dejectedly. Thank you, I say, my head spinning with the news. No problem, Rhen. I hang up and take a deep breath. It's game time. The fire in the living room crackles away, and I can still hear Eden's laughter echoing in my head. I can't let them take this away from us. Not after all it took to get Eden back in my arms. I start to piece the inevitable together. If she has to sell the house, if she's pushed to it, like the mayor wants, she'll be forced back to the city with next to nothing. I'm fuming at Mayor Caldwell and his starched suits. It's hard to fathom his endgame in all this. What good is it being mayor of a ghost town? I slide my phone back into my pocket, its vibration still buzzing in my palm like a warning. Inside, the warmth hits me, but it's got nothing on the chill that's creeping up my spine. Eden's there, lost in her book, the very picture of ease, and it just feels wrong to drop this bomb on her. "Everything okay?" she asks, her eyes lifting from the pages to meet mine. She's got this sixth sense, I swear. "Yeah, just lawyer stuff." "You know how it is," I say, trying to sound light about it, trying to keep the storm in my eyes from spilling over. She nods, but I can tell she's not buying it. She's too sharp for that. I sit next to her on the couch, lost in thought as she goes back to her book. The silence is comfortable, but my indecision chips away at it. As we sit, I'm fighting with myself. Do I tell her? Do I carry this weight alone a little longer? I glance at her, my heart thudding loudly in my ears. The silence is echoing with unspoken words. I catch Eden's glance, full of questions she's holding back, and I know I'm going to have to make a decision soon.
Chapter 21. Eden. The silence between Rhen and I is charged with something inexplicable. The way he keeps glancing at me while he's lost in thought has me on edge. I look up from my book and watch as a myriad of emotions cross his face. He looks worried about something, but what? Whoever it was that called him must have said something serious. The fire crackles, a pleasant sound that fills my newly renovated living room with a honey kind of comfort. Rhen looks at me, determination set in his eyes. I'm instantly on alert, unsure of what I'm waiting for. "I've got something serious to discuss with you," he says, turning to face me. "What's up?" I ask, hoping that whatever it isn't bad. Rhen's jaw tightens, and he takes a deep breath before speaking. It's about Caldwell and some shady deals he's been orchestrating around town. It's bad, Eden. I lean forward, my heart skipping a beat. What kind of shady deals? He's been pressuring folks to sell their homes, including planning to force you to sell yours, to a faceless corporation. They're gutting the character of this town, and Caldwell's profiting from it. His voice is a mix of anger and concern. I can feel the blood drain from my face. This town, with all its memories, good and bad, feels like it's closing in on me. But why? Why would he do that? Rhen reaches out as if to offer comfort, but without understanding myself, I pull away. A look of hurt crosses his face, but he composes himself, replacing it with his normal gruffness, and then he dives back into the situation at hand. He wants control, more control than a mayor should have. It's greed, Eden. He crosses his arms and steps away from me. The sense of betrayal stings more than I thought it would. I'm not just betrayed by Caldwell, but by Elm Ridge itself. The place I was starting to reconnect with, maybe even love again, feels tainted. "And did you know about this before?" "No, I swear. I just found out," Rhen insists, his eyes earnest. I stand up, the need to distance myself from everything. "I can't believe this, Rhen." And here I was, thinking maybe coming back wasn't such a mistake after all. Rhen stands too, his expression dark and brooding. I see a hand reach out towards me from the corner of my eye, then fall again. I know Rhen, and his short memory. For him, a push is the same as a shove, but I just can't think about that now. Not when everything is falling apart. The trust that was rebuilding, the warmth of old affections, now feels overshadowed by cold, hard reality. Elm Ridge isn't the sanctuary I remembered. How naive of me to think I could come back here and everything would just fall into place. Of course not. That would be too easy. Wren's expression is hard to read. His eyes, usually so full of warmth for me, now seem shuttered. His stance rigid. There's a tension in the air, like the calm before a storm, and I can't shake the feeling that maybe I've just made a huge mistake. I should probably just go back home, I say, breaking the silence that's fallen between us. I know it's the right thing to do. Maybe not right, but easy. I could walk right back into my old life like nothing happened. But when I look at Rhen shifting in his work boots, his expression shifts rapidly at my last words, still ringing in the air. I know I shouldn't care what he thinks. I should stay or go as it suits me. But I also know he won't let me go without a fight. Not the Rhen I know. He was never one to do something just because it was easy. You want to leave? Wren's voice is sharp, and I flinch. This is exactly what he wants. To scare you off, to break down whatever this thing is we have here. I stare at him, the man I thought I knew, but right now, he's a stranger. His mood as dark as the clouds gathering outside the window. What we have here, I echo. Rhen, I don't even know what here is anymore. He runs a hand through his hair. Eden, please. I didn't mean... But I'm already heading toward the door. The remodeled room suddenly feels tight around me. The house, Rhen, everything. It's all too much too fast. I think I need some air. Rhen just gives me a dark stare. A conflicting range of emotions crosses his face. I can see him closing himself off and shutting down. My thoughts about leaving are hitting him hard. Outside, the chill hits me, a stark contrast to the deceptive warmth of the fire I've left behind. I wrap my arms around myself, but it's not just the cold that's biting. It's the sense of isolation, of being an outsider in my own hometown. From the porch, I can see Rhen watching me through the window, his face etched in conflict. I should feel sympathy, but right now, all I feel is a growing resentment. Why does he have to be so damn complicated? And why does Elm Ridge have to be so full of secrets and lies? I should just leave Elm Ridge, leave all this behind before it consumes me. But then, there's a soft whine, and Kona is by my side, her big eyes full of concern. She nudges my hand with her nose, and I can't help but smile, despite everything. Looks like I've got at least one friend here, I tell her, scratching behind her ears. Kona's presence isn't enough to dispel the storm brewing inside me. I'm torn between the urge to flee and the desire to uncover the truth, to save the soul of Elm Ridge. With a heavy heart, I realize that no matter what I choose, nothing will ever be the same again. When I come back 20 minutes later, Rhen works extra hard at ignoring me. His drill trills loudly through the whole house, but his real full-time job today seems to be pretending like nothing's wrong. Much like his woodworking skills, he's a master in this craft. The day drags on as I help him, our interactions sparse and mechanical, with me matching his energy as best I can. The room fills with the sound of empty hammering, a far cry from the laughter and nostalgia we used to enjoy. The silence is oppressive, a tangible reminder of the chasm that's opened up between us. As the hours tick by, I find myself glancing at Rhen, catching him staring out the window with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. He's a statue of concentration, and each time our eyes meet, there's a flicker of something. Regret, maybe, or frustration, before he quickly looks away. I can't help but wonder what he's thinking, what he's feeling. Does he regret telling me about Caldwell's schemes? Does he wish I'd just leave? With every quiet hour, the weight of the situation presses on me. confirming my fear that Elm Ridge is no longer the refuge I once believed it to be. The realization is a slow, dull ache, the kind that comes from knowing that something precious has slipped through your fingers. Rhen will hardly look at me. He's closed me out, and it hurts. I'm not sure what I thought we had, but any hope that might have been mended has been shattered by his brooding silence. I'm right back where I started, alone and unsure of my next move. I try to focus on what's in front of me, but my thoughts keep drifting. I think about the Eden who left this town years ago, full of hope and determination, and the Eden who came back, searching for something she couldn't even name. Now I'm not sure which version of myself I should be listening to, the one urging me to leave or the one whispering to stay and fight. As clouds move in, painting the world outside with shades of gray, I press my forehead against the cool glass, letting the memories seep through the walls of my Aunt Clara's house. This place, with its creaky floorboards and the comforting scent of aged wood, is more than just a structure. It's a vessel of my childhood. I close my eyes, and there she is. Aunt Clara, with her gentle smile and hands that always smelled faintly of lavender and thyme. I'm 8 again, and we're in the kitchen. I watch, enraptured, as she moves with a grace that makes even the most mundane tasks seem like a dance. "Eden, dear, baking is like a magic spell," she'd say, her voice a soft hum that mixed with the clinking of measuring spoons and the whir of the mixer. "You put in good thoughts with every ingredient, and you'll taste the love in every bite." That day, we were making her famous lemon pound cake, the one that seemed to hold the very essence of summer within its golden crust. As we zested lemons, the tangy scent filled the air, a bright note on a rainy day much like this one. Aunt Clara caught me sneaking a taste of the batter and laughed, her eyes twinkling. "The secret ingredient is always a dash of mischief." She winked, and I giggled, the sound echoing in the warm kitchen. It wasn't just a cake. It was a moment of unspoken bonds, a shared ritual that transcended time. In every corner of this house, there's a whisper of Aunt Clara, a fragment of the love and wisdom she imparted. This house is more than just walls and a roof. It's a legacy of love, a testament to the life she gave me here. The thought of it being torn apart, stripped of its soul by Caldwell's greed, ignites a fire within me. No, I can't leave. I won't let her down. This house, with its myriad of memories, deserves to be fought for. Aunt Clara's spirit, her legacy, it's worth every effort, every battle. I owe her that much. I owe myself. I finally peel my eyes off the window pane and look over to see Rhen, bubbling over with a quiet rage. My mouth falls open, but before I can get a word through my lips, I hear the sharp, high jolt of the door slamming into the frame.
Chapter 22. Rhen. I stand there, frozen, my hand still on the doorknob. The door's slam echoes in the silence, louder than I intended. Maybe I shouldn't have left without saying anything, but the tightness in my chest, the mix of anger and hurt, it's overwhelming. Eden's instinct to bolt stings more than I expected. For a moment, I just breathe, trying to calm the storm inside me. I've always known she was a runner. When things get tough, she takes off. It's her way, the same way it was when we were kids, and the world seemed too big, too demanding. But I thought maybe, just maybe, this time it'd be different, that she'd see there's something worth standing your ground for here. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the resentment. I can't blame her, not really. Elm Ridge, for all its charm, has a way of digging up the ghosts we'd rather leave buried, and Eden's got more than her fair share of ghosts in this place. Turning away from the door, I run a hand through my hair, a habitual gesture when I'm frustrated. The silence of the house is getting to me, the void where Eden's presence should be. She's in the other room, I remind myself, just through that doorway, but it might as well be miles between us with the way things are now. I need to talk to her, to explain why I can't just let her walk away, not when everything's on the line. But how do you convince someone to stay when every fiber of their being is telling them to run? How do you bridge the gap that fear has carved between you? It's time to lay it all out, to expose the raw truth. Because if there's even a chance she'll stay, I have to take it. I have to try. Leaning against the weathered stone wall encircling Eden's property, I can't shake the sense of unease that's been gnawing at me. The evening silence is deceptive, the calm before a storm that's been brewing ever since Mayor Caldwell's ambitions became clear. The man is a chameleon, blending his predatory instincts with a veneer of civic duty. But Eden's garden, with its tangled vines and stoic oaks, is a reminder that not all growth is benevolent. I dial my lawyer as I climb into my truck. It's time to handle this. For Eden, for myself, and for the people of this town. It's Rhen, I say, my voice low, the weight of my words as heavy as the dusk. We need evidence on Caldwell. If he thinks he can uproot years of community for his own gain, he's sorely mistaken. There's a pause, a crackle of static over the line, and then my lawyer's steady voice. I'm aware. His plan's been in the works for a while, but he's covered his tracks well. What's got you spooked tonight? I glance back at Eden's home as I pull away, a sanctuary under siege by a man who saw dollar signs where we saw life. It's not just the town. I have a lot invested here, and Caldwell's power play is threatening everything. We can't let him take over. I understand the stakes. I've got a lead. Someone close to Caldwell who's not as tight-lipped as the rest. It's delicate, Rhen. We push too hard. We might spook them. The line was quiet, but for the thrumming of my heart. This was chess with real lives, real homes on the line. And Caldwell was the kind of player who'd sacrifice anything for a checkmate. Proceed with caution. There's more than money at play. This is about the future of Elm Ridge, I urged him, my eyes scanning the tree line, half expecting shadows to move. I'll get what we need. Just be ready for what comes after. This kind of play, it could backfire. I acknowledge his warning with a grim nod, even though he can't see me. I'll take that chance. We can't let Caldwell's greed dictate our future. We end the call, but the silence that follows is louder than any conversation. I know the risks, the danger in stirring the waters where sharks like Caldwell swim. No matter. Caldwell's plan to conquer and divide will be met with resistance. I'm ready for the battle ahead. The game is on, and I'm not playing for the spoils. I'm playing for the heart of the town. Deep down, I know this is my one shot to make it possible for Eden to stay here. I can't blow this. Caldwell's plan isn't just an attack on our property lines. It's an affront to the very fabric of Elm Ridge. My investments are woven into this fabric, my aspirations inextricably linked with those of my neighbors. Caldwell's victory would mean our collective loss, a concept I can't and won't abide. I pull into my driveway. My mind is a mess. The news of Caldwell's scheming isn't settling well. I can't go back to Eden's. I don't know how to face her. She was so quick to suggest leaving, not even giving thought to what we've been building, inside Aunt Clara's house and out. I turn the truck off and throw my head back into the seat. The rustle of leaves catches my attention. I stop and look around, half expecting to catch sight of Caldwell or one of his cronies lurking in the twilight, but there is only the gentle sway of branches in the wind. I reach for my phone again, contemplating my next move. We need irrefutable proof of Caldwell's machinations, something that would stand up to the scrutiny of the law and the court of public opinion. The gravel under my feet shifts under me like it has 1,000 times before. It's a small, innocuous detail that reminds me that this is home. I stuff my phone back into my coat pocket, the chill of the night biting at my fingertips. It's funny, standing out here, wrestling with the thought of Eden inside that house, probably packing up her life in cardboard boxes. I've kept her at arm's length, always telling myself it's for the best. But now, with the threat of Caldwell looming over us, I realize that I've been kidding myself. I shake my head, trying to dispel the image of her leaving for good. Isn't that what I wanted? To keep my distance, keep my focus? But the heart's a stubborn beast, and it seems mine's picked a hell of a time to remind me of its presence. I can't bring myself to turn the knob to my house, to be alone with these thoughts, or the idea of Eden leaving. The thought of the empty rooms waiting for me makes my feet feel like they're set in concrete. I let out a heavy sigh and start walking aimlessly down the street instead. The night's full of shadows and whispers of what-ifs. What if I had been more honest with Eden? Hell, with myself. What if Caldwell's plan rips out the soul of this town, including hers? I thrust my hands into my pockets, the cold biting harder now. Damn it, Caldwell, I mutter under my breath. You've picked the wrong town and the wrong people to mess with. And as for Eden, I guess it's not about what I want. It's about what's right. And keeping her safe, making sure she has a home to come back to. That's the right thing to do, no matter what comes next.
Chapter 23. Eden. I wake up to the pale light of dawn creeping through the curtains, my phone buzzing insistently on the nightstand. It's a text from Harper, and as my sleepy fingers swipe the screen, her words blink back at me, sharp and loaded with concern. Hey, everything okay with you and Rhen? I hesitate, the weight of the unspoken truth sitting heavy on my chest. Yeah, things are great, I type back, hoping the simplicity of my response hides the turmoil beneath. I can't bring myself to tell her about the distance that's crept between Rhen and me, about the way my heart clenches at the thought of leaving this all behind. Harper doesn't buy the act, though. Really? 'Cause he was out at the bar last night, looking like a storm cloud. I was there and saw him with my own eyes. I feel a twinge of something, concern, maybe a hint of jealousy, knowing he's out there wrestling with demons while I'm here, drowning in a sea of cardboard and packing tape. A part of me wants to reach out, to bridge the gap with more than just the occasional smile and wave. But there's a bigger part that's scared of what that might mean. I can't help but wonder what's eating at him, what's got him pacing the dark streets and filling bar stools instead of his own bed. It's not just the trouble with Mayor Caldwell. I can sense there's more. Something personal, maybe something to do with me. I bite my lip, staring at the screen. I can't stop my jealous inner child from typing out the next words on my phone. Did he seem okay? He didn't go home with anyone, did he? Do I even have the right to ask, with my boxed belongings piling up in this room? Doesn't matter. I have to know. My heart thuds in my ears as I press send. Harper's reply comes fast. He went home alone, but he seemed like he was pissed about something. But you know, Rhen, he's got walls thicker than the town bank vault. I let out a half-hearted laugh because it's true. Wren's walls might be thick, but even from a distance, I can't help but notice the cracks, and I wonder if they're wide enough for me to slip through. With Harper's words echoing in my mind, I sit up, tossing the covers aside. The room is cluttered with half-filled boxes and the remnants of my life here, all of it ready to be sealed and shipped away. But Harper's message has stirred something in me, something restless that refuses to be packed up and forgotten. I stand and move to the window, peering out at the quiet streets of Elm Ridge. It's too early for most, but I can imagine Rhen out there somewhere, a solitary figure against the breaking day. His thoughts as tangled as the webs in the garden shed. I've always known Rhen to carry the weight of this town on his shoulders, always fighting the good fight. But last night, in the dim glow of the bar's neon lights, Harper saw something else, a glimpse of the man behind the barricades. And now that image is stuck in my head, a puzzle demanding to be solved. I type another message to Harper, my thumbs moving across the screen with a will of their own. Maybe I should talk to him. It's a thought that's both thrilling and terrifying because confronting Rhen means confronting my own tangled feelings. No harm in trying. But tread carefully, Eden. Wren's a tough nut to crack. I set the phone down, a sigh escaping my lips. I know Harper's right. Rhen is guarded, always playing the stoic protector. But the thought of him alone, wrestling with worries in the dead of night, tugs at me, urging me to reach out. I glance at the boxes, then back to my phone. Maybe I'm just looking for an excuse to delay the inevitable, to stay a little longer in this place that's been more of a home than I've cared to admit. Or maybe, just maybe, I'm looking for a reason to stay for Rhen. I pick up the phone again and scroll through my contacts. My finger hovers over Rhen's name, and I take a deep breath. Whatever comes next, I owe it to both of us to at least try to breach those walls of his. With a mixture of hope and hesitation, I press call and bring the phone to my ear, wondering if this is the moment that changes everything. The phone rings, my heart hitching with each echo, pounding a nervous tattoo against my ribs. It's silly how much hinges on a simple phone call, but as the rings stack up, unanswered, I can't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Harper's words keep replaying in my mind. He left alone, she had said. But he seemed pissed off. Pissed off. It's not a side of Rhen I'm familiar with. He's the eye of the storm, the steady hand when chaos swirls. So to think of him out there, angry and alone, it stirs a whirlpool of worry and questions inside me. Did something happen last night to set him off? Or maybe someone said something. God knows this town has enough sharp tongues to cut anyone to the quick. But the phone just keeps ringing, indifferent to the urgency bubbling up inside me. Finally, it clicks over to voicemail, Rhen's voice a calm, detached recording. It's jarring, hearing the difference between that composed tone and the turbulent man Harper described. I hang up without leaving a message. My hand is shaking slightly as I lower the phone, and I bite my lip as the thoughts run through my head. Why isn't he picking up? Is he deliberately avoiding calls? Or is he just not near his phone? A knot tightens in my stomach. I don't know how to feel about the silence on the other end. If he's intentionally keeping his distance, then maybe the space between us is too great to bridge after all. But if he's just caught up in his own head, dealing with whatever made him so angry, then maybe he needs someone to reach out. I set the phone down, a frown creasing my forehead. I'm left with a decision to make. Do I try calling again and push for a connection that he might not be ready for? Or do I respect his silence, giving him the space that he seems to need? Damn it, Rhen, I muttered to the empty room. What are you going through? I resolve to give it some time, to let the day breathe a bit before I try again. Maybe he'll return the call when he's ready to talk, or perhaps I'll run into him in town. But one thing's for certain. I can't sit back and do nothing. Not when someone I care about might be in trouble. Not when this town, and my own peace of mind, are at stake. Just before I gather my thoughts, the front door swings open, and Rhen steps in, his presence filling the room like a storm cloud rolling over the horizon. He doesn't meet my eyes, and there's a set to his jaw that tells me he's still carrying the weight of whatever happened last night. He sets to work straight away, hardly looking at me. I should talk to him. I should say something, or at least nudge us into a conversation about what happened last night. He slammed that door like he was trying to tell me something, but my lips stay shut. Too much of a coward to face the real talk I know is coming. The day drags by, each hour stretching out like a rubber band pulled taut, ready to snap. I keep glancing at Rhen, but he remains stubbornly silent. The anticipation sets my nerves on edge, a dull anxiety that gnaws at the pit of my stomach. Finally, as the sun starts its slow descent, painting the sky with strokes of orange and pink, I break the silence that's been dreading the insides of me. I straighten up, smoothing down my shirt in a nervous reflex, as if that could somehow iron out the tension between us. "Hey," I say, my voice a little too bright, a little too forced. "Need a hand with those last touches?" He grunts something that might be in agreement, but his attention is everywhere but on me, his hands moving with a sharp efficiency that's usually reserved for emergencies. I hover nearby, trying to find an entry point into whatever wall he's put up since last night, Rhen. About earlier? Not now, Eden. He cuts me off, his tone like a blade, and I wince. The snapping and moodiness that I once found almost amusing, a quirk of his I'd learned to navigate with a teasing word or a knowing smile, now just feels like a slap. I swallow the lump forming in my throat, the sting of rejection sharp and sudden. Okay, just thought. I said, not now. He snaps again, and the finality in his voice is a closed door, leaving me on the outside looking in. I nod, clamping down on the hurt. I'm not one to push when the message is this clear. I'm going to meet up with Harper, I tell him, trying to keep my voice even. Rhen pauses, his back still turned to me. Fine, he says, the word heavy and dismissive. I'll finish up here. You go? The curt farewell hangs between us, a chasm that seems to widen with every breath. I can't help but feel like I'm losing him to whatever demons he's grappling with alone. As the shadows grow longer and the last light of day fades from the room, I grab my jacket and head for the door, leaving Rhen to his silence and his ghosts. I step out into the cooling evening, my heart heavy. The crisp air does nothing to ease the tightness in my chest, and as I walk towards Harper's place, the fading light seems to mirror the dimming hope I have of fixing whatever's broken between Rhen and me. The bell above Harper's bookstore door chimes a melancholy welcome as I step into the refuge of books and the aroma of coffee. Harper's perceptive gaze meets mine, and without a word, she steers me toward the cafe corner. Over bitter sips, I unravel my tangled thoughts to her. I came back to fix things with Aunt Clara's house, and now with Rhen, it's like I'm invisible, I confess, the words heavy with frustration. The house is nearly done, and it's time for me to leave. I never should have returned. Harper serves wisdom as rich as the coffee we drink. Think hard about what you want, Eden, she says, her eyes locking onto mine. The right choice isn't always the easiest. When I leave the sanctuary of the bookstore, the evening's chill embraces me in a lonely shroud. The city's call, with its faceless crowds and relentless pace, is a siren song to escape the ache of Rhen's rejection. Yet it promises another flavor of solitude, one no less bitter. Harper's words linger, mingling with the ache in my heart. Am I fleeing from the possibility of reconciliation out of fear? The house, a symbol of what could be rebuilt, or what might forever remain broken, stands quietly as I approach. I pause at the door, key in hand, the silence from within as daunting as any spoken word. The choice hangs heavy, but the ache in my chest makes it clear. Leaving is no longer the path of least resistance. Key turning in the lock, I step into the shadowed stillness, the darkness inside mirroring my uncertainty. Yet, in this moment of vulnerability, I find resolve. It's time to face the unfinished business of the heart, no matter how daunting the prospect. With or without Rhen, I need to confront the ghosts we've sheltered in these walls, and the ones residing in me.
Chapter 24. Rhen. As the night stretches on, the silence of my house is my only company, the kind of quiet that's too thick, filled with thoughts I've been trying to ignore. Sitting at the kitchen table, I'm surrounded by paperwork my lawyer dropped off earlier, evidence that might just help us win the fight against Caldwell's schemes. I thumb through the files, my eyes scanning over the property tax changes. The figures are jumping all over the place, and it's obvious there's no legitimate reason for the hikes. It's like a jigsaw puzzle with pieces that don't fit unless you're looking at the big picture of Caldwell's manipulation. I let out a low whistle. This guy's really been cooking the books, I mutter to myself. Then I dig into the communications, the stories from folks who've been burned by Caldwell just like me. It's one thing to know you've been conned. It's another to see you're part of a whole crowd that's been duped. Anger simmers in my chest, not just for myself, but for all the people who trusted him. My lawyer's confident we've got a fighting chance. The files are packed with discrepancies that we can use in court. but it's a heavy load to carry knowing the legal battle ahead will be long and grueling. And I can't shake the feeling that I'm in this deeper than I ever wanted to be. I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair as I let out a sigh. "You're in for the long haul, Rhen," I say out loud, trying to psych myself up for what's to come. Part of me wonders if it's a mistake not to ask for Eden's help. She's a journalist, after all. No, this is something I need to approach on my own. Eden's lost faith in Elm Ridge. It's obvious. If I'm going to restore her confidence in this place, I'll need to start with the man behind it all. There's a part of me that wishes I could share this burden, have someone to bounce ideas off of, or just offer a bit of support. But no, this is my fight, and I've got to see it through alone. As the night ticks by, I resolve to tackle this mess head on. Caldwell's going down, and I'm going to make sure of it. With a newfound determination, I start making a list of my next steps. The scratching of my pen on paper, a battle cry in the quiet of the night. I stand outside Caldwell's office as the first light of dawn creeps across the sky, the files tucked under my arm, feeling like the weight of justice itself. This is it. No turning back now. I've rehearsed this confrontation in my head 1,000 times over, each scenario playing out with a different ending. But it all comes down to this moment, facing the man who's been pulling the strings from the shadows. The door is imposing, solid wood with a brass nameplate that reads Caldwell and Associates. It's almost laughable how legitimate it looks from the outside, knowing what I know now. I push the door open, my heart hammering in my chest, but my resolve is steady. Caldwell looks up from his desk, surprise flickering across his face before it settles into that smug, controlled expression I've come to loathe. "Rhen, to what do I owe the pleasure?" he asks, his voice oozing faux cordiality. I slap the files onto his desk, the sound satisfyingly loud in the quiet of the office. "You can drop the act, Caldwell," I say, my voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through me. "I know about the property tax scams, the inflated prices, and I've got the proof right here." His eyes flick to the documents, and for a split second, I see the veneer crack, the hint of panic before he regains his composure. "I think you're confused," he replies, but there's a tremor in his voice now. "We'll see how confused I am in front of a judge," I retort. "And it's not just me. I've got statements from a whole list of victims who are ready to back this up." Caldwell leans back in his chair, steepling his fingers as he regards me with a cold calculation. "You're making a big mistake, Rhen," he says, but there's an edge of desperation there. "No," I counter, leaning forward, my hands flat on his desk. "The only mistake was ever trusting you. And now I'm going to make sure everyone knows exactly who and what you are." I hold Caldwell's gaze, letting the gravity of the situation sink in for both of us. This is more than just a battle over property and money. It's a fight for integrity, for every person he's wronged. The moment the truth hits him, Caldwell's face contorts with rage, his veneer of control shattering like glass. He lunges forward, hands slamming down on the desk, papers fluttering to the floor in the wake of his fury. "You have no idea what you're getting into," he bellows, his voice bouncing off the walls with the force of his anger. I stand my ground, though my heart races like a drum in my chest. This is the reaction of a man with everything to lose, and it tells me more than the files ever could. "Seems like I've hit a nerve, huh?" I shoot back, my voice calm but loud enough to match his intensity. Caldwell's eyes narrow into slits, and he rounds the desk with a predator's grace. "Get out of my office!" he hisses through gritted teeth, pointing a quivering finger towards the door. "Get out before I have you thrown out!" I don't flinch, even as he comes within inches of my face. The sour scent of his breath is mixed with the fear that he's trying so hard to mask. "Throwing me out won't make this go away," I say, my words deliberate. "It won't make any of us go away. We'll see you in court." With a grunt of frustration, Caldwell grabs my arm and shoves me towards the door. I stumble, but catch myself, turning to look at him one last time. His face is a mask of anger and fear, a man who knows his world is crumbling. "This isn't over, Caldwell," I say with a steady gaze. "This is just the beginning. You'll answer for what you've done." He doesn't respond, but the clench of his jaw tells me he understands the gravity of his situation. I step out of the office, the door slamming shut behind me with a resounding thud that echoes down the hallway. As I walk away, the files secure under my arm, I know that the real battle is just ahead. Caldwell's explosive reaction is a sign of his guilt, and it's the fuel I need to keep the fight going until the end. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about justice for all those who've been caught in his deceitful web, and I won't back down until we've snared him in it. The door to Caldwell's office might as well have been the starting gun in a race, the bang echoing as I stride down the hallway, my footsteps pounding against the plush carpet. My heart is still racing, fueled by both adrenaline and the righteousness of my cause. Caldwell's outburst was more than I could have hoped for, a telltale sign of guilt that would resonate with any judge or jury. I hit the street with the morning sun just starting to climb higher into the sky, casting long shadows between the towering city buildings. The files under my arm suddenly feel like a shield, a protector of the truth against the slings and arrows that Caldwell and his ilk are sure to throw my way. As I make my way to the safety of my truck, I can't shake the image of Caldwell's face, the raw, unguarded moment of anger that had twisted his features. It was the kind of reaction that could unravel even the most meticulously woven tapestry of lies. But I know that an explosive reaction and a hasty ejection from his office isn't a victory. It's merely the first skirmish in what promises to be a drawn-out war. Caldwell will come back with his own arsenal, ready to defend his empire of deceit at all costs. I'll need more than just a collection of papers and a righteous cause. I'll need a solid plan and unwavering support. As I sit behind the wheel, I take a deep breath, letting the reality of the situation wash over me. The fight ahead will be tough, and it will test my resolve. But I'm not just fighting for myself. I'm fighting for all those who've been silenced and swindled by men like Caldwell. I start the engine, the low rumble a reassurance of forward momentum. Every battle starts with a single step, and I've just taken mine. This isn't just a legal battle. It's a moral one, and I'm ready to see it through to the end, whatever it takes. Caldwell may have thrown me out of his office, but he can't throw out the truth. The road stretches out before me, and with each mile I put between myself and Caldwell's office, my resolve hardens. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. This is for me, for Elm Ridge, and certainly for Eden. As the city skyline shrinks in my rearview mirror, I'm already planning my next move.
Chapter 25. Eden. I stand in the heart of what might soon be my former home, the late afternoon light casting long shadows across the hardwood floors. The house is quiet, save for the soft ticking of the old clock on the mantel. It's almost done, this house. My house. A project that somehow became a metaphor for my life here in Elm Ridge. My thoughts over the past few days here are still weighing heavy as I stare out the window at Harper's house. Rhen is front and center. All the complicated parts of our past are all wrapped up and tangled in the now. Harper's voice breaks through my reverie, her presence a comforting constant in this town I'm not sure I still belong to. "You seem miles away, Eden. What's on your mind?" she asks, handing me a mug of steaming tea. If only she knew the half of it. I'm still teetering between two choices, neither of them appealing: stay and be forced out of my aunt's home by the mayor, or leave and never know what could have been. Maybe Rhen and I pick up where we left off. Maybe this house is only the beginning. If I leave now, I keep my money, but I'll lose the chance to ever know. I wrap my fingers around the warmth, hesitating. I haven't told Rhen yet about my doubts, about possibly leaving, I confess, the words tasting like betrayal. Harper leans against the kitchen counter, her expression thoughtful. Decisions like these need time, and heart, she advises softly. But time is a luxury I don't have. The house is almost ready, and so is my decision, whether I like it or not. I reply, the edge in my voice belying my inner turmoil. Harper reaches out, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. Just remember, Eden, no decision made from the heart is ever rash. It's honest. And sometimes that's exactly what we need. I nod, the truth of her words settling deep within me. Yet, as I look around at the walls that have seen me at my highest and lowest, I can't help but wonder if my heart is leading me away from Elm Ridge or deeper into it. The silence in the room feels heavier after Harper's words, like the air before a storm. I take a sip of tea, letting the heat unfurl in my chest, a temporary balm to the anxiety that's been my shadow these past weeks. Harper's phone chimes from where it sits on the kitchen island, a sharp note that slices through the stillness. She glances at the screen and frowns. There's a town meeting tomorrow evening. They're finally deciding on the fate of the old community center. My grip tightens around the mug. And my aunt's house, I add, the reality of the situation settling in like a stone in my stomach. My aunt's house, the only remaining connection to my family here, is on the chopping block, threatened by Mayor Caldwell's development plans. You should go, Eden. You've got more at stake than anyone, Harper insists, her gaze steady and resolute. I waver, torn between the impulse to fight and the exhaustion of it all. What can I possibly do? It's not like I have the power to sway the town council. You have a voice. Sometimes that's all it takes, she counters, her belief in me a stark contrast to my doubts. I set my mug down, my thoughts roiling. And if I speak up, what then? I'm the girl who left, the one who only comes back when things go sideways. Harper chuckles softly, a sound that warms the cool air. You're also the girl who cares, Eden, more than you let on. The town sees that. Rhen sees that too. The mention of Rhen sends an ache through me, a blend of regret and unresolved longing. Rhen is complicated, I murmur, unable to meet her knowing eyes. Life's complicated, she says, shrugging. Doesn't mean we avoid the hard parts. I ponder her words, the truth in them. It's the same truth that's been whispering in my ear since I came back to Elm Ridge. The call to face what I've been avoiding. Okay, I breathe out, the decision feeling like a plunge into icy waters. I'll go. I'll speak for my aunt's house, for the community. Harper's smile is bright and proud. That's the spirit. Show them the Eden who fights for what she loves. I manage a smile, though it trembles on my lips. I just hope it makes a difference. It will, she says with certainty, because no matter what happens, you'll know you didn't stand by silently. You stood up. That's what counts. You sound like you should be the one running for mayor, I tease, a flicker of lightness piercing the gravity of the conversation. Harper laughs. Heaven forbid. I'll leave the politicking to the politicians. I'm just here to sell books and offer unsolicited advice. I let out a genuine laugh, the first in what feels like ages. Well, when it comes to advice, Harper, you're the richest person in town. As the evening light fades, I realize that while the road ahead is uncertain, I won't be walking it alone. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough to see me through whatever tomorrow brings. The last of the day's light slips away, leaving behind a canvas of twilight blues. I help Harper clear the table, the clink of ceramic against ceramic punctuating our movements. My mind is a carousel of what-ifs and maybes, each thought spinning faster than the last until I'm dizzy with the possibilities. I better think this through, I say, a tremor in my voice betraying the nerves I'm trying to quell. I have to prepare what I'm going to say tomorrow. Harper nods, reaching over to squeeze my hand. You'll do great. Just speak from here, she says, tapping her chest over her heart. I unlock the door with shaking hands. My aunt's house is the only thing tying me to Elm Ridge, and while I want nothing more than to save it, part of me is fighting the urge to run back to the city and leave my past and all its pain and memories behind me. I pull the door closed with a soft click, looking around with surprise. I'm enveloped by the familiar scent of sawdust and lemon oil, a testament to the last of the repairs. The house, once a list of tasks and to-dos, now stands complete, its every nook and cranny as familiar as the lines of my own palm. It feels like time itself has turned backward. Every shadow that crosses the floor is familiar. The air smells like new construction, but from where I stand, I could be 10 years old again, coming home to Aunt Clara's cookies warm from the oven. I drop my keys on the side table. Their clatter oddly loud in the silence. The note is there, slightly off-center on the polished wood. Wren's handwriting crawling across the paper, like a message in a bottle set adrift. I unfold it, the paper cool and smooth between my fingers. Eden, I've done what I can for the house. And for what it's worth, I hope it becomes the home you remember. I wish you all the best at the meeting. And after. Whatever you decide, Elm Ridge or elsewhere, I know you'll make the right choice. Take care of yourself. Rhen. The words, kind and final, coil tight around my chest. I clench my jaw, a surge of frustration rising like a tide within me. How dare he say goodbye through a piece of paper? How dare he leave without another word? I crumple the note in my hand, the paper's protest lost in the rush of blood in my ears. Without thinking, I storm out of the house, the screen door banging shut behind me.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 26. Eden. The morning air carries a blend of promise and despair as I stride towards Wren's construction company headquarters, each step driven by a tumult of anger and unnameable desperation clawing at my insides. His sleek, modern office building stands imposingly in the dimming light, a stark contrast to the comforting familiarity of his home. I notice his truck in the parking lot, its engine cooling with soft ticks that punctuate the encroaching silence of night. I enter the lobby with firm resolve and make my way to his office, ignoring the curious glances from a few late-working employees. The door to his office is ajar, and I push it open without knocking, my heart hammering with a wild rhythm against my ribcage. So that's it? You just leave a note on my door? Really? I burst through the door of his office. Frustration simmering all day now boiling over. Rhen looks up from a sprawl of blueprints, illuminated by the soft glow of his desk lamp, casting long shadows across the room. You said you were leaving town, he says, his tone even but his eyes hard. The renovations on your aunt's house are done. You're free to go back to the city anytime. I stand there, the harsh fluorescent lights overhead stark against the night, pressing against the windows. the weight of his words settling like concrete around my feet. That's not the point, Rhen. You could have called. Talked to me about it? Why just a note? His shoulders slump slightly, and he pushes back from the desk, standing to meet my gaze more directly. I thought it would be easier this way, he admits, his voice slightly defensive. For both of us. No messy goodbyes, no drawn-out conversations that would just end where they always do. I flop down into one of the chairs opposite his desk, the fight draining out of me as quickly as it surged. I know, it feels like you're pushing me away, like you can't wait to get rid of me. He's quiet for a moment. Then his voice softens. I'm not trying to push you away, Eden. It's just, this is your chance, isn't it? To go back to your life in the city, to do what you love, to leave Elm Ridge behind. His voice is heavy with words left unsaid. Leaving Elm Ridge behind means leaving everything behind, leaving Rhen behind. But what if I'm not sure that's what I want anymore? I whisper more to myself than to him. The soft hum of the computer and the distant sound of a car passing by fill the silence, the outside world shrouded in night. Rhen, my voice trails off, the realization dawning on me with a clarity that pierces through the remnants of my confusion. I don't want to go anywhere. I've been feeling it for a while now. That's why I've been so hesitant. He watches me, his blue eyes searching my face as if trying to read the words I'm struggling to say. The way he looks at me now, I could be 16 again. My breaths are shallow and uncertain, always waiting for him to make a move. I take a deep breath, feeling the resolve build inside me with each step as I close the space between us. The air around us feels electric, crackling with the tension of what I'm about to say, pulsing with the promise of something new, something maybe a little terrifying, but wholly inevitable. Rhen, you're a fool if you think I'd just leave you behind, I say, my voice gaining strength as I look into his eyes, which flicker with a mixture of hope and surprise. Especially not now, when I've realized I've fallen in love with you again. The words hang in the air, bold and bare, challenging him, challenging us. He blinks, taken aback by the intensity of my admission, his body tensely still. I watch as a myriad of emotions play across his face. Confusion, realization, and then, slowly, joy. He steps forward, his presence enveloping me, his warmth radiating. Eden, he starts, his voice a gruff whisper that seems to echo around the room, filled with emotion. I didn't dare think. He trails off, struggling to find the right words, his usual confidence lost in the wave of our mutual confession. And here I was, thinking I needed to let you go, to give you the space to follow your dreams, he mutters, his voice rough with emotion. Now that he says the words out loud, I feel a truth I've been running from for years. I already had everything. Maybe it scared me or scared the both of us to have something at such a young age that most people yearn all their lives for. Maybe I had to run from it to realize it was here all along. Either way, I'm done running. You've always been my dream, Rhen. I was just too stubborn to see it, I admit, the weight of my admission lifting off my shoulders as I speak the truth aloud. In the soft glow of his office, the turmoil within me begins to settle. His words, simple and sincere, cut through the fog of my fears. I'm scared, Rhen, I admit, the confession slipping out in a whisper. Scared of losing more than just the house. Rhen's hand reaches out, gently taking mine. The familiar warmth spreads through my fingers. He holds my gaze with command and steps closer, his other hand lifting to cup my cheek, a gesture laden with unspoken promises. We all are, Eden, but fear doesn't get to make our choices. His calm steadiness, like a beacon in the dark, grounds me. I lean into his touch, finding a sliver of peace in the turmoil. I never wanted to leave. Not really. Not without knowing where we stand. Rhen's smile is tender, tinged with the weight of our shared history. Let's tackle tomorrow together, he suggests, his voice a low murmur. We'll go to the meeting, speak our piece, and then we'll see where we stand, really stand. Nodding, I feel a fragile hope budding within me. Together, I echo, the word feeling like a vow. The note, once a symbol of finality, now rests forgotten in my pocket, smoothed out and irrelevant. His hands are gentle as they frame my face, his touch grounding me. I never stopped loving you, Eden, he says, his voice a whisper against my lips. Our lips meet in a deep kiss that speaks of rekindled love and the quiet resolve to face whatever may come. It's a kiss that seals the unspoken promises we've made to each other, a testament to the enduring bond that has weathered the distance and the silence.
Chapter 27. Rhen. I break away from the kiss, panting against Eden as the listful need for her burns through me. She curls her hand into my shirt and holds me close, pressing her body into mine.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Panting heavily, we cling to each other as the aftershocks ripple through our bodies. Her taste still lingers on my tongue, the scent of our shared desire filling the small office space. Slowly, I untie her hands from the armrests of the chair and pull her against me. We stay silent for several minutes, allowing our breathing to return to normal. The only sounds are the soft murmur of the air conditioning and our synced breaths. Her brown curls, matted and wet from our diversion, make her look wild, almost primal as her breathing returns to normal. Eventually, Eden sits up and fixes her clothes while I do the same. There is a certain calmness in the air now, a stark contrast to the storm we created just moments ago. As she stands up to leave the office, she looks at me with sparkling eyes. "I love how dominating you are," she says shyly. I chuckle and take her into my arms, planting a soft kiss on her lips. "I love you, Eden." "I love you too, Rhen." Chapter 28. Rhen. Carefully, I steer into a slot in the town hall parking lot. The whole area is full, and I'm lucky to still find an available space. It's a good sign, I think to myself. Everyone wants to be involved. I straighten my jacket and look at Eden, who's also coming out of the car. She looks amazing in a light blue dress with her day-after-sex hair tied up in a messy bun. "Ready?" I ask, extending my hand out to her. "As I'll ever be," she says with a smile, taking it. Walking along the hallway toward the meeting room, it isn't hard to figure out where the assembly is being held. The din, like a beacon, is drawing us toward it. We carefully push the doors open in time to catch the mayor's attention. Mayor Caldwell shoots me a glare as I enter, and I can't help but smirk in return. It's about time someone stands up to him. I give a nod to my lawyer, who's sitting in one of the chairs on stage. His calm and placid demeanor boosts my confidence. I know we have our ducks in a row. The question is, does he? I make my way up to the front so that the meeting can start. The rest of the town council is taking up almost all the seats in the first two rows. They look perplexed but expectant. In all my years at Elm Ridge, I've never done such a thing. They wouldn't take this gesture lightly. The room falls silent as all eyes turn to me. Taking a deep breath, I address the crowd, my voice carrying with determination. Good evening, everyone. Please, can you all take a seat? You'll know what this is about soon enough, I say. I wait until everyone has found a spot. The noise level goes up a few notches as chairs scrape against the concrete floor here and there. There's something we all need to talk about. Eden and I discovered something that has been going on in town for a long time. Tonight, we wanted to let you all know what we found out because it affects all of us. The collective sea of faces is all transfixed by my words. The folks of Elm Ridge are simple people, farmers, bakers, and teachers alike. But even simple folk know when they're being taken advantage of. You tell 'em, boy! I hear from an old-timer in the crowd. Encouraged, I continue. Anthony Caldwell, our esteemed mayor, has been orchestrating various schemes behind closed doors that have been detrimental to the town. For years, we trusted him to lead our town with integrity, but little did we know that he secretly partnered with a business conglomerate whose interests lie opposite those of our community. With their money and support, he's been secretly raising property prices and taxes so that many of us are forced to sell. It's imposed an unbearable burden on hard-working individuals and families. It's a calculated plan designed to benefit himself and corporate interests, leaving the rest of us struggling to keep our homes and livelihoods intact. You all know how much I love this town, and even though we've butted heads from time to time, I thought Anthony also had our community's best interests at heart. Sad to say, he doesn't, and he needs to answer for his actions. His schemes haven't been done for the benefit of the town. It was all for himself. Gasps ripple through the crowd, and I see some heads nodding in agreement. My head shoots over to Eden for support. Her gaze digs into mine, our hearts and minds in the same place. It's the motivation I need. I continue, my voice steady. We shouldn't stand for it anymore. Elm Ridge is our home, and we shouldn't let it be taken away from us. We need to come together, fight for our rights, and protect what matters most to us. It's time to reclaim our town from the clutches of greed. The room erupts into chaos, and I can barely understand a word anyone else is saying. Everyone has started talking at once. Some faces look outraged, standing up and pointing fingers, while others are just sitting still, shell-shocked. Lily raises her hand in the crowd and speaks up. Rhen is right. We can't let Caldwell succeed in ruining our town. We need to take a stand together. Her words echo in the room, resonating with the crowd. Others join in, expressing their frustrations and determination to fight back. Mayor Caldwell can't contain himself any longer. Well, hold the phone, people. I've been a loyal servant to this town for many years. Yeah, right. A woman old enough to be my grandmother shakes her tiny fist at the graying mayor. Caldwell tugs at the tie of his stiff suit, clearing his throat as if words will come to him. If you'll just let me explain. The atmosphere is charged with passion and the collective will to make a change. I can't help but feel a surge of pride as I look around the room, seeing the strength and resilience in the faces of the townspeople. I watch in astonishment as Eden's voice cuts through the tension of the room. She stands tall, her eyes blazing with determination. Rhen is right, she exclaims, her words echoing in the air. Anthony Caldwell tried to do the same thing to my aunt's house, but I won't be selling to him or anyone else. It's too important to our town. Its historical and sentimental value is beyond price. A surge of joy and surprise fills me. She's staying. Eden, despite her tenuous ties to the town, has chosen to stand with and fight for our community. I can't help but smile, knowing that we are not alone in this fight. The anger in the room reignites like wildfire, erupting into a chorus of outrage and disbelief. Learning that Caldwell had tried to buy Aunt Clara's house from beneath their noses was the stone that broke the camel's back. How dare you, Anthony? This is a betrayal of our trust. He fooled us into selling our homes. Can we impeach the mayor? Can we? How do we do that? I can't believe you, Anthony. I knew you since you were in diapers. Someone should arrest him right here and right now. The voices blend together, forming a symphony of anger that reverberates through the room. The townspeople, once silenced by fear, are now finding voice and solace in their shared rage. I take a deep breath, feeling a renewed determination. Eden is right, I say, my voice cutting through the uproar. We are not alone in this. Many of you have been deceived by Anthony Caldwell's fake property tax hikes, compelled to sell your homes against your will. The crowd's anger intensifies, their voices growing louder and more forceful. He ruined our lives! We won't let him get away with this. Let's not do anything rash, Caldwell pleads, with hands in the air. As the room boils with fury, my lawyer steps forward, his eyes fixed on Anthony Caldwell. In hushed tones, he warns the corrupt mayor of the impending trouble. Anthony, my lawyer says, his voice barely audible, come with me so we can have a little talk. A flicker of panic passes over Anthony Caldwell's face, his arrogance giving way to a sense of vulnerability. The weight of his crimes begins to settle upon him, and the realization of his impending downfall becomes undeniable. The tension in the room is palpable as my lawyer steps back, leaving Anthony Caldwell to face the wrath of the townspeople. The murmurs of anger and disbelief grow louder, drowning out any attempt at reason or negotiation. It's clear that the time for diplomacy is past. A wave of collective determination washes over us all. As the chaos unfolds before him, Anthony Caldwell's face contorts with a mix of fear and desperation. He tries to defend himself, to shift the blame onto others, but his words fall on deaf ears. The truth has been revealed, and it's a truth that cannot be denied or ignored. 2 patrol officers join him and my lawyer as they keep talking in one corner of the room. They're there to make sure he doesn't try to make a run for it. I can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as I witness his inner turmoil. Justice is inching closer, the truth finally breaking through the web of lies that has plagued Elm Ridge for far too long. As the room buzzes with tension and anticipation, a sense of uncertainty lingers in the air. One by one, the townspeople rise from their seats, their voices filled with a newfound strength. They share stories of hardship, of homes lost and dreams shattered. The room resonates with their pain, their stories forming a tapestry of resilience and defiance. The battle against corruption has only just begun, and the outcome remains uncertain. But I know one thing for certain. We will fight until the very end, for the sake of our town, our homes, and our future. Slowly, the room starts to calm, and a collective plan begins to take shape. We will gather evidence, expose the truth to the public, and rally support from neighboring communities. Anthony has powerful supporters from other political leaders. Who knows how many others are involved? We'll need to use the power of our voices to bring about the change we so desperately need. As the meeting draws to a close, we leave the town hall with a renewed sense of purpose. The fight against corruption is just beginning, but we are ready. Eden and I exit the meeting side by side, a united front, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. And with that determination fueling our resolve, we brace ourselves for the challenges that lie ahead, ready to uncover every secret and expose every deceitful act. I kiss the hand I'm holding, and Eden and I exchange glances. The fate of Elm Ridge hangs in the balance, its future teetering on the edge of a precipice. Whatever the future holds, I'm happy to finally have my love back at my side.
Chapter 29. Eden. Rhen and I arrive back at his house. As he parks the car in the driveway, we realize we're too amped up to go inside right away. I suggest taking a walk around the block to take the edge off. Come on, I say with my feet pointed toward the park. It's a nice evening. The sun clings to the evening sky, not yet ready to give up its light. After all we've been through, The idea of a simple, free thing that can't be taken from us is just the remedy for the fight we still have ahead of us. Rhen takes my hand and hooks it over my head. I keep his hand in place with my right while he wraps his arm around my shoulders. I snuggle in, curling my left arm around his waist. We walk this way, just enjoying the quiet for a while. "What's going to happen to Anthony?" I ask. "Well, my lawyer and I have already turned over everything we have to law enforcement. It seems like the feds have been investigating his partners for quite a while already. They've been engaged in tax and property fraud, misrepresentation, and predatory lending, to name a few," Rhen shares. "Add all this, and they might have enough to indict. I hope he gets punished. He and his partners need to be held accountable for their actions towards the town." "What will happen to everyone's money and property?" I continue. "Will they see any of it back?" "I'm not so sure. It all depends on whether they have enough assets to cover the money they owe the townspeople," he answers. "I'm just so worried all those people who were tricked into paying higher rent will be forced into foreclosure too," I tell him worriedly. "Worse, what if they become homeless, Rhen? Most of them have lived here their whole lives." "Hey, let's focus on one thing at a time. We have good lawyers, and this is just the beginning. We can do this. We can help the town," Rhen assures me, giving me a little squeeze. "Besides, Anthony has that huge monstrosity of a house. I'm sure there are some gold-covered figurines in there we can sell for a pretty penny," he jokes. I let out a small laugh too. Our lighthearted banter gives us a temporary reprieve from the weighty reality we're facing. Rhen's comforting presence soothes my worried mind. The weight of uncertainty lingers in the air, but his words bring a glimmer of hope. He's right. The fight is only beginning. I'm determined to find a way to see the town through. As we round the final corner of our walk, the evening breeze blows. With it, a renewed sense of purpose fills my heart. We're both ready to face the challenges that lie ahead, to fight for the rights of the townspeople, and to ensure that justice is served. The road may be long and arduous, but with Rhen by my side and the support of our community, we're prepared to do whatever it takes to help our town heal and rebuild. With a final squeeze, we open the front door to his house, where a happy Kona saunters over to greet us with loud barks. We both lean over and allow ourselves to be licked. I almost tumble over thanks to Kona's enthusiasm. She smells the pair of us from knee to ankle, digging her snout in deeply with a full, jealous intake. "Did we go to the park without you?" I tease, tugging at the soft underside of her neck playfully. Kona barks playfully, jumping on my lap for a quick lick across the face before running off. As we step into the kitchen, the lingering energy from the town meeting still buzzes in the air. We decide to take a moment to decompress before diving into the next steps of our mission. "Do you want to have dinner? I think I have enough to make a simple meal," Rhen says in invitation. "That sounds great," I agree, hoping the simple act of preparing a meal together will help ground us. The normalcy sounds almost sinful after the chaos of the meeting. When I think about it, if I hadn't left town, then this is the life we would have been living. We'd have work. We'd take the dog for a walk every day. We'd have a light dinner and maybe some TV before bed every night. I can't wait to catch up on this life I've been missing, especially since Rhen is a great cook. Rhen starts taking out ingredients from his pantry and fridge. As he does, I realize he's too cute to work in the kitchen alone, so I roll up my sleeves. "Can I help?" I ask, watching his deep-set eyes turn back at me and nod with a come-hither shake of his head. I head over to the counter, taking the packages from him. Carefully, I wash the vegetables and start chopping them up. I mix some of the ingredients for the salad dressing, while Rhen takes charge of the chicken. The rhythmic sounds of our knives on the cutting boards are oddly soothing, providing a much-needed distraction from the whirlwind of emotions that still swirl within me. Rhen puts some music on, and the air fills with the mellow sounds of Tiffany Day. We work together so well, moving around the kitchen almost as if we're in a dance. The domesticity of the scene warms my heart. As we both reach for the peppermill, we exchange smiles. "So, can you believe how everything unfolded at the meeting?" I ask, breaking the silence between us. Rhen nods, his expression a mix of determination and disbelief. It was intense, to say the least, but seeing everyone come together to share their stories gives me hope. We're not alone in this fight. I smile, grateful for his unwavering optimism. You're right. It was inspiring to witness the strength of our community. We have a long road ahead, but I know we can make a difference. Rhen opens a bottle of wine and places it carefully inside a bucket full of ice. The rich aroma of the wine fills the room, adding a touch of comfort to the atmosphere. We pour ourselves glasses and clink them together, a small celebration of the progress we've made. We bring our plates over to the kitchen table, enjoying our meal and sipping on the wine. Kona, always the center of attention, lies at our feet. Her presence brings a sense of routine to our otherwise tumultuous evening. "You know, I thought we'd have a harder time convincing everyone of how duplicitous Anthony has been," I note. "Me too. I walked in there gearing up for a battle, but it didn't take too long to convince them." "Anthony must have made more enemies than he thought," I point out. "True, but then don't forget, almost everyone in that room has known him since he was a boy. I believe they know exactly what he's capable of." "Well, maybe now they'll stop voting for him." As we eat, the weight of the day's events settles upon me once again. I gaze into my wine glass, lost in my thoughts. The uncertainty of what lies ahead, the fear of failure, and the responsibility we've taken on weigh heavily on my mind. Despite it all, though, I'm not questioning my decision to stay. Of all the things that have already happened since I came home for Aunt Clara's funeral, that's one thing I'm definitely, unquestionably sure of. I'm exactly where I belong. Rhen notices my introspection and excuses himself from the table. "I'll be right back," he says, giving me a reassuring smile before disappearing from the room. Left alone, I take a deep breath and allow myself to process the swirling emotions within me. The events of the day have shown me the strength of our community, but they have also highlighted the challenges that lie ahead. The road to justice is paved with obstacles, and the weight of it all feels almost overwhelming. But then, I remember the determined faces and the resilience of the townspeople, the unity we have found in the face of adversity. I remind myself of the resolve that brought Rhen and me together, and the unwavering support we have from Kona and everyone we love. As I sit there, lost in my thoughts, a renewed sense of purpose fills my heart. The fight for Elm Ridge is far from over, but I'm ready to face whatever comes our way. With Rhen by my side and the unwavering support of our community, we'll navigate the twists and turns of this journey, one step at a time. It's all a learning experience for me, but I'm ready to do whatever it takes. A wave of contentment washes over me. The weight of the day's events has faded into the background, replaced by a newfound sense of gratitude. I realize just how happy I am to be staying, to be a part of this community. It feels like the most fitting way to honor Aunt Clara, her memory, and everything she's done for me. Thinking back to where I'd been a few days ago, I would never have expected to find myself where I am now. Lost in my musings, I feel a nudge against my leg, breaking me out of my thoughts. Looking down, I see Kona, her piercing blue eyes full of affection, nuzzling her head on my lap. I chuckle as her fur tickles me, running my fingers through her head and scratching behind her ears. As I do, my fingers brush against something looped around her collar, something I didn't notice before. As I peer through her fur, I notice a glint of metal, a ring. My heart skips a beat as I grasp the significance of this gesture. Rhen has given me a ring, a tangible reminder of his love and our shared journey. With Kona's blue eyes watching me, I feel a surge of warmth and anticipation. Distracted, I don't notice when Rhen enters the room. I look up to see him kneeling beside me, an expression of uncertainty and nervous excitement dancing in his eyes. My mouth opens a bit in shock, meeting his gaze, and my heart swells at the sight of him. The ring I'm clutching between my fingers glimmers in the light, its weight a symbol of the love that binds us. "Eden," Rhen says, his voice filled with emotion. "Will you marry me?" Chapter 30. Eden. I stare at Rhen as he kneels before me, waiting for an answer. The ring glistens under the overhead lights as if it has a life of its own, reflecting a kind of light that seems to emanate from itself, not just reflecting the dull chandelier above. He holds it out to me, my heart pounding like an unsteady drum in my chest. "Yes," I whisper, my voice barely audible, yet filled with a conviction that makes the tiny hairs on the back of my neck tingle. I nod, and I can feel tears welling up in the corner of my eyes. "Yes, I will." I fling my arms around his neck before kissing him with a passion that consumes my entire being. He slips the ring on my finger and pulls me even closer, deepening the kiss. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 31. Eden. It's been a month since Mayor Caldwell was outed at the town meeting. Since then, there have been many changes that I never could have imagined. I'm truly blessed with the direction life has taken me, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Elm Ridge is still in the process of healing from his betrayal. He still holds his position, but he's essentially been stripped of his powers, and the real decisions are being made by members of the town council. He's being watched closely by the town. He can't even so much as think of anything shady without the council being there to thwart it. I doubt he'll be re-elected next year when his term is up. He's been walking with his tail between his legs whenever we see him around town. He had to sell his mega mansion and his car. Even his suits are less smart than they used to be. Still, it's a small price to pay for narrowly escaping prison, and that was only due to some heavy maneuvering by his high-priced lawyer. Amidst the healing process, I'm readjusting to small-town life, finding solace in the growing bond between Harper, Lily, and myself. They were extremely happy that I decided to stay, and we've latched onto each other since I told them. Now we spend countless hours together, hanging out and growing closer than we've ever been. They are true friends, offering support and understanding as we work tirelessly to bring justice to the town we love. Their presence bolsters me with comfort and strength. In the short month that's passed, Rhen and I have made a significant change in our living arrangements. Rhen has moved into Aunt Clara's house with me. Now that it's been renovated and finished, it's much bigger than his townhouse, but it's also conveniently located near the town center. The move has brought us closer to the heart of the community we both know and love so much. It's where we got our start. Our story begins and has been continued in Elm Ridge. The familiarity of the place I grew up in and the rekindled love between Rhen and I only make our new beginnings better. Kona is ecstatic with her new home. The spacious backyard has become her playground, where she chases after balls and basks in the sunshine. Her joy is infectious, bringing smiles to our faces as we watch her frolic in her newfound paradise. I'll never tire of seeing her enjoy the space I used to run around in as a kid. And when it comes to digging up the soil to plant flowers, Kona is a top-notch assistant. To our surprise and delight, Aunt Clara's house has also begun gaining attention from national architectural groups after being prominently featured in the article regarding the investigations at Elm Ridge. Magazines from across the country have started coming in droves. They're captivated by its charm and how beautifully renovated it is. Apparently, Rhen performed a miracle when he fixed it, using materials that closely resemble those used when it was first built. They see it as an example of how a piece of history should be preserved and rejuvenated. They're hoping to bring the same technique into various other historical homes in other places. As life settles into a new rhythm, wedding planning becomes a topic of playful teasing from Harper and Lily. Their mischievous grins and sly remarks fill the air whenever Rhen and I are in their presence. "So when are you two going to tie the knot?" Harper asks, a twinkle in her eyes. Lily, always quick-witted, follows up with, "I can already imagine the extravagant wedding cake, topped with miniature versions of you two." Rhen and I exchange knowing glances, our hearts full of love and excitement. "We'll get there," Rhen replies with a grin, wrapping his arm around me. "But for now, let's focus on bringing justice to this town and making it stronger than ever." Harper and Lily laugh, their teasing laced with genuine affection. They understand that our commitment to the town's well-being takes precedence over wedding plans. Their playful banter serves as a reminder that amidst the challenges, we still have moments of lightheartedness and friendship. Rhen's love and support continue to astound me as we embark on the next chapter of our lives together. In an act of unwavering devotion, he managed to get me out of my apartment lease and moved all my belongings back to our house. His selflessness leaves me speechless, knowing that he's willing to go to such lengths to ensure my happiness and well-being. I'll forever be grateful to him for dealing with my landlord, a feat I wouldn't wish on anyone. With the flexibility of working remotely as a journalist, I have the freedom to explore new possibilities. Rhen, ever the encourager, tells me that he would love to have me work with him. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll work with him to remodel other houses in Elm Ridge. Maybe I'll write a book about it. When I look at his deep-set eyes, I see the same boy I fell in love with years ago. I also see the man he's becoming and love him all over again. It's easy when the person who loves you is also your best friend and your biggest cheerleader. He believes in my talents and abilities, and he sees a future where we can be partners, not only in life, but also in our professional pursuits. Knowing that he's there to support me in whatever path I choose fills my heart with warmth and gratitude. As I settle into our shared home, I find solace in its familiar surroundings. The walls hold memories of our love, and each room is filled with the essence of our shared dreams. It's a place where we can nurture our relationship and create a haven where love and happiness thrive. The town, too, has become our sanctuary. Elm Ridge continues to welcome us with open arms, embracing the togetherness we've fostered. The wounds inflicted by Mayor Caldwell's betrayal are slowly healing, and the town is regaining its strength. Through our collective efforts and the support of the community, justice is being served, and a sense of harmony is being restored. Today, Harper and Lily, with their playful banter and contagious laughter, remind us not to lose sight of the joyous moments that life has to offer. We've started planning for our wedding, and who better to help us than these two women whose vision of a future filled with love and celebration seems to align with our own. "Have you shown Rhen your wedding dress yet, Eden?" Harper asks, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lily chimes in, "Oh no, she shouldn't. Rhen's eyes are going to drop out of his sockets when he does. He might even cry when he sees her." Rhen and I laugh, our hearts light with the anticipation of our future together. "There are still a lot of details left to plan," Rhen replies, Are you sure the three of you are up for it? We still have time to hire someone. Bite your tongue, Rhen, Lily replies. We're having so much fun, I assure him. He only smiles and shakes his head, and I'm overwhelmed with how much I love this man. How did I get so lucky? To be in a place I feel at peace with Rhen again. Oh, right. Thanks, Aunt Clara.